What's up, baseball fans, and what's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talkin Mets at Rob, day 9 of the MLB meetings and owners deadline 2.0 today at 5 p.m. is supposedly another deadline to get a deal done. They didn't really speak early in the morning. They only recently got together about a half hour ago, so we'll see how long this one lasts today. I will be with you all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. Hopefully, a deal will be done by then. But today's show is a little bit different because we're not just doing the MLB Lockout live updates right here on Talking Mets at Rob, but we're also mixing in a Mets Hot Stove Live starting at 5 o'clock. So from 2 to 5, we're going to focus on the MLB Lockout as much as we possibly can. And because Tuesdays at 5 p.m., I usually do the Mets Hot Stove, I wanted to work that in without everybody trying to change streams and finding the next stream. So it's all going to be on one stream today. And for the next 5 hours, you got me and all the other baseball fans hanging out with us, all trying to hashtag end the lockout. So that's what we're here to do, guys. So how you guys are doing? Hopefully, I know you guys were probably up late last night looking at Twitter. They met until almost 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and the owners decided to expand the deadline until 5 p.m. today. So there's a lot to go over. There's a few things that they agreed upon, and there's a few things that still have to get worked out to get this actual lockout over with. So, and according to sources, they were saying that if a deal gets done today or tomorrow, you can expect the players by the weekend to be ready to be in spring trading, ready to go. And that means March 31st opening day is still on the table, guys. So once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Let's get this stream out to more people. We're here for the long run again. Not a lot. There's hardly any streams, if any, that are giving you live updates on a regular basis right here on YouTube. So make sure you hit that like button, get this stream at the top of the list, and also share the stream as well on your social media pages. So if people are working, if people are not actually on their phones 24/7 looking at Twitter, at least they get live updates from you guys and myself. So gonna say what's up in the chat, guys, and then I will go right through my little monologue and rant about yesterday's information and the new stuff that we found out, what they agreed upon and what are still the issues. So Braden, Joe, Robert, Nelson, Transistor, Scoob, Tactical, and Grant, member of Talking Mets and Robin, La Potencia. What's up, guys? Thank you guys for tuning in. Yes, exactly, Tactical. Yes, I saw a ball cap pop up around late last night. It was like 10 o'clock or something like that, or around 11, something like that. So he basically followed me, which was pretty cool. You know, he got some great content. You know, he's one of the guys I watch and listen to a lot and watch his videos. He's another one that I respect, that I really enjoy. So yeah, I was gonna say Mosaic. Mosaic. That's why I went Tactical. I tried to go with the easier words, man. I'm a baseball fan. I you know, I'm not an English class buddy, but I got you. Jared, what's up? Nick, how you doing? So here we are again, guys. Day 9 of the MLB meetings. Deadline day 2.0, basically. We all knew, or at least most of us knew, that this deadline was a soft deadline, and clearly the players called their bluff on the deadline because a lot of the information that we got about the proposals, the owners kind of lean towards the players' ask a little bit, and we'll go over exactly what they agreed upon and what is still the issue. So that's what we're going to do right now before I get into all your comments and say what's up to the rest of you guys that are tuning in. Victor, hello. Karen, how you doing? So I did screenshot a couple of things that I wanted to post, or not post, but talk to you about. Let's see. All right. So the first thing that we know that is a problem between the two teams, but they finally agreed upon it, was either the 12 team. Right before I let you go, last night, it was it was option A and option B. Both had the expanded playoffs, 12 or 14. Both had the pre-arb percentage at 20 mil or 40 mil, and then the 675,000 minimum salary and the 700,000 minimum salary. Those were the two options. What we know, and this is from Buster only, that the 12-team playoff seems like the option the players are willing to take, or the players are willing to negotiate with when it comes to still with a little bit of the issue with the pre-arb situation, and also certain other things like the CBT that we'll get into in a second. So knowing that we have a 12-team playoff, obviously that's 6 teams per league, Buster only explained it very well. But there is a little question mark that I'm going to get into because it's a little confusing, and if you guys can enlighten me on it, go ahead. If not, then we'll all try to figure it out together. So this is what Buster only said about the 12-team playoff. He explains it. This is the way the 12-team playoff MLB field would likely work. Top 2 teams in each league. So 3 division winners, the top 2 in each league gets a bye. Fine, that's understandable. And the other 8 teams will play a first round best of 3. So that means if you're the 3rd best team in your league and win your division, you get stuck playing the other team, 3 other teams, whoever they are, at your home ballpark 3 games straight, and it's best out of 3. So the first to 2 wins. So what I don't like is that now you're actually not really given an incentive to win a division, because let's be honest, we can go around the teams that are probably going to have the best records in baseball. Pretty sure the Dodgers are probably going to be around the 100 wins. I don't see anybody else in the National League probably getting close to 97 to 100. So good, the Dodgers got the bye. So that means the Mets, maybe the Cardinals, the Padres, that have the chance to be the 2nd best team in the league. What I don't like is that even if you win your division, you get screwed if you're the 3rd best, if you're the division winner, but you have the 3rd best record out of the other 2 division winners. So you get screwed. Basically, the 3rd worst record who wins the division basically gets screwed. You're basically a wild card team. So that to me is stupid. So if the Mets happen to get 87 wins and you got the Dodgers and the Cardinals winning 98, 99 wins, the Mets get stuck actually being the team that's basically in a wild card series. You're not even in the division series as of yet, unless you win that wild card round. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious that this format is going to piss a lot of people off, But again, because there could be a team like the Padres who can win 97 games and be 2nd in the division, and be a part of the team that's got to face one of the division winners in that 3-game playoff. And then I'm assuming the worst team that makes the playoffs faces the 3rd best team that doesn't have the bye that won the division. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like 5 teams was enough, and I know the owners were pushing for it, but sometimes it's going to piss a lot of fans off at some point. But again, it's impossible to actually figure out at this point, because once again, we don't know about what teams are going to get certain players yet. The rosters aren't full, and there's so much still to talk about. So that is number 1. And I'll get into the proposal that was just made by the players. And this is from John Heyman. Hearing blowback from agents unhappy with Super 2 for 2+ players may stay at 22% after Union's first ask of 100%. If Union's hears the same, could it stop the deal? Union did get minimum pay way up, NHL DH, CBT penalties the same or a little less, draft lottery, and a little bit more. The owner, according to the owners, that's a pretty good deal, according to the owners. So that's what John Heyman said. And the last one was from Micah Marino. asking around about how close we are to the end of the MLB lockout and have had now 2 different people say around the 50-yard line. Unexpected moves from league on CBT has gotten us thus far, but there is much more work that needs to be done. So that's the latest of what I got so far. And there's been a proposal. I saw somebody wrote that in the chat. So I'm trying to look at it right now so we can start talking about that. I will be, let's see. Yeah, Webbs, I just don't like the format because the people that the one team that doesn't have the two best records in that league gets stuck basically playing a wild card series. I don't see how that's fair to the team that wins a division. So, because say like the Central, for example, right? The the Cardinals seem like the team to beat in the Central, right? You can, argue about the Brewers, but say the Cardinals, who have one of the, all right, the Mets have a weak division too, technically, but say the Cardinals have the easiest schedule on paper. So they're basically going to probably win the division, get one of the better records, or at least one of the two, and get a bye. And, a team like the Dodgers, who have the Padres that are a pain, who knows how the Giants are going to be. The Giants might be sneaky again. And then you're going to have that problem where the Dodgers are going to lose probably a little bit more games from the Padres and the Giants. And it's going to be interesting, guys. But you know what? If it gets baseball back, I guess we have to deal with it, right? Sorry, I dropped the mic. So let me see. Somebody said that the players sent the players have a proposal on the table. Okay, that was what Grant said. All right, let me see. Alrighty. All right, so about 43 minutes ago, Chelsea Jane says Hallam, Swart, and Houlihan are now headed over to the Union side. Is this the first inning or the 14th or just the apocalypse? Jesse Rogers, 16 minutes ago, league negotiator is now back on their side of the stadium after about a 30-minute meeting. So there you go. So here we go again. We're going with the back and forth again, guys. This is what we're going. We're going to be dealing with for the next 5-6 hours. Who the hell knows? But at least we know that there's a pretty good chance that this is going to get either done tonight or sometime early tomorrow morning. So I'm just going through Twitter a little bit more just to make sure we got everything on the table. All right, what else do we got here? Hold on, guys. Let me just make sure. All right, guys. So I'm going to look at your comments now and say what's up to all the other people that tuned in. Who else? Joe is here. Grant, what's up? Roberto, how you doing, buddy? L1, how you doing? Webbs, how you doing? Mr. Fame, Andre, Mike, Jose, Scoob, I think I talked to the guys. Jared, how you guys doing? All right, so here we go with the comments, guys. Let me just check out everybody's. Let's see. Yeah, I was talking to Joe earlier, who's in the chat right now on Twitter. Basically, I feel like they're even if they get a deal done, say like in the next hour, I think they're gonna wait until the 5 p.m. deadline. Just to go over all the nuances of all the paperwork and making sure they get little minor details, the stuff that's not major issues fixed and done. So I think it's gonna get done today. I think the owners don't want to keep on extending the deadline. I think they want to get it over with already. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so let's get the damn deal done today. So, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Let's see what this proposal was from the players, and the owners are back on their side now. So obviously they're talking about this proposal, and I'm assuming in the next 15 minutes or a half hour they'll go back to the players again, just like yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Yeah, Grant, exactly. That's the bigger problem, right? there's going to be, I just feel it. There's going to be one or two teams that are either up 500 or just under 500 that are going to make the playoffs. And I just don't see how it's fair. This is why I like the format before, the 10-team playoff, because you got two teams who are wild card teams are fighting to make the divisional round. I don't see why you're basically screwing the team that wins the division, but because they don't have the two best record in the league, now they have to face off in a playoff, in a wild card playoff with a team that might have 10 or 15 less losses than them. I don't like that. I just don't like that. But and that even goes if the Mets are the team that has to face the division winner. It just doesn't seem fair. Roberto, let's hope so, buddy. Another member of Talkin Mets and Rob. Yeah, I hope so, man. I do hope so. I think they're gonna look. They were into the early mornings of today, 3 a.m. They were there. So, I think if it was earlier in the day, they would actually probably have got it done. But I mean, it only makes sense to get it done today, right? There's not a lot of news in the middle of the week, especially sports wise. How nice would it be that they'll be on the back pages of tomorrow's paper, all over the news, all the ads, all the eyes will be on Major League Baseball, because everybody knows as soon as this deal is signed, free agency and trade rumors are going to be going nuts, and that's what we want. And it's going to be baseball wall to wall 24/7, not wall to wall of baseball negotiations and lockouts. We got real news. All these YouTube channels are always fun when news and rumors are actually real and not just either made up or our opinions. Now it's real in fact. We have substantial evidence to show you guys when we put up a video or we go live. So I just wanted to let you guys know, most of you guys know Mets Talk with Hayden. Hayden's going to be joining me around 4:30 today on the stream. So we'll have fun talking to him and getting his opinion on everything that's going down. So it's going to be a fun one. We actually just don't have my dumb face all day, 5+ hours. Yesterday, it was almost 7.5 hours of me just constantly being on the stream. I ate before, I got my coffee, I got an extra snack just in case I get a little hungry. So I'm prepared today. I wasn't really prepared yesterday for 7+ hours, but we did it, right, guys? And I really do appreciate everybody who stuck around. Like, I looked at the analytics yesterday from the stream. Almost 94 people were constantly on the stream. And that was awesome. So it's a big shout out to you guys. And over 2,000 people checked out the stream during the entire 7 hours. And when it actually was over, almost 197 people replayed the stream, or at least part of it. So that's a big up to you guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys are, I can't do this stream without you guys, because it's hard enough talking for 7.5 hours about just my opinion. And it's hard. It makes it a lot easier with your opinions and your questions. It makes the time go fast. So Roberto, let's hope we get baseball starting on time at the end of March. Yeah, I think we all had a feeling that it was going to get extended, honestly. So that's a good sign. The owners really thought that there was enough progress where they can actually do that. So I'm glad. I'm really glad. When I went to, wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I saw that they were still meeting around 2:00 in the morning. I'm like, wow, they're going to get this deal done when mostly everybody's asleep. And then, I saw the notification when I woke up like around 6:00, 7:00, that they extended the deadline to 5 p.m. today. So, that was pretty obvious. I don't think they wanted to get the deal done, in the middle of the night, because who was really going to know except for maybe 5% of the baseball audience. So, Mr. Fame. Who will lead off for the Mets this year? 100% Starlin Marte. The reason, because I believe that, and it makes so much sense, because Brandon Nimmo is the perfect number 2 hitter. He takes a lot of pitches. He works the counts. It gives Marte the opportunity to steal bases, which he's very good at. And not only does it gives the opportunity for Marte to steal bases, but there's a pretty good chance if Marte gets on, there's a pretty good chance that Nimmo's probably going to get on as well. If it's a base hit or it's a walk. I feel like Nimmo's the perfect number 2 hitter. At one point, I thought Jeff McNeil was the perfect number 2 hitter. And we can live with Nimmo being a leadoff hitter because he takes a lot of pitches, he walks a lot. But with Marte here, who's a stolen base threat, and a guy who has really good speed, there's a pretty good chance that Marte Nimmo is going to be a very good 1-2 punch leading off in this lineup. Well, yeah, exactly, Andre. That's what I was trying to explain. Like, say if use your number right here, right? 86 wins. That team won their division, fine. Their division might have been a little harder. They got 86 wins. Okay, great. Usually when you win the division, you're going to play the top team in your league at that moment. And then, or the second top team, because the wild card winner faces the top team in the league. So now you're telling the third best record in the league that won the division that you have to play a 3-game playoff just to make the divisional round. And now you face a team that is going to, you're going to be facing the second division. See, I don't know how they're going to do it. That means, so there's 7 teams, right? So 2 teams in the division. So the 2 wildcard games, the 2 3-game series, after that, they play each other. So the team that wins the division and has the third best record in the league has to win 2 series before they even get to the divisional round. That's insane. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, it's going to be crazy. Mike, I hope so. Your lips to God's ears, baby. Yeah, I'm not mad about the 12-team playoff. Like, honestly, it's better than 14. But again, it's just going to cause issues. You're going to see teams that are probably 1 or 2 teams that are going to be at 500 or under 500 being this playoff, and we already know what's going to happen. There's going to be a team that barely makes the playoffs with a 500 record, and somehow they're going to get hot and they're going to beat teams that in years past wouldn't even made the playoffs. So, I mean, it's like I said, just get the deal done at this point. I honestly don't care what's in the CBA anymore. Just give me baseball and I'll worry about it during the season. You know, I mean, yeah, that seems true. I mean, yeah, I mean, you'll have a team like, I don't know, pick a mediocre team, like a mid-level team. Say, I don't know, pick one. The Reds. Say if the Reds have a solid year and make the playoffs. Those fans, got to remember these wild card teams that don't win the division, they're not playing playoff games on the road. So these owners are really not getting money for attendance if they don't win their division. Because the whole thing is that the wild card games is going to be the best record team is going to be playing at their home stadium for all 3 games. So, I don't know. End the lockout. I am definitely going crazy without baseball as well. All right, so we're going to check the tweets. All right, guys. So Evan Drellick said the players have made a counter proposal to Major League based on several key areas. Source says counter comes after about a 2.5 hours of calls with the players today. All right, let's see. John Heyman tweeted as well. What else did he say? Okay, 7 minutes. Warriors Players Union lowered their bonus pool X to less than 100 million. Exact figure not known. MLB was last at 25 million. Seemingly a decent sized gap remains. All right, so that's what we have at the moment. So we got 2.5 hours until the deadline, guys. Sorry, I dropped my mic again. All right, so we have 2.5 hours until the deadline. The players' proposal is out there now. They lowered the arbitration pool from $100 million, but again, the owners were offering $25 million, so there's a big gap there. So there's not really much. I don't know if they're just talking about that at the moment, but we'll see. But that is the latest at the moment. The Mets better be nasty this year. Oh well, I have to like the extended lockout only. Oh, the extended postseason. Yes and no. Obviously, I'll be happy if the Mets happen to make the playoffs because of the 12th team, the 6th team in the playoffs. Yeah, of course. But I don't know. But see, I don't know. So, you're going to have 2 wildcard teams make the divisional rounds against the 2 top division leaders. So, you're going to have 1 wildcard team, 2 wildcard teams, well, 3 technically. See, this is what I don't like, because you're going to have 1 division winner face the worst record that made the wild card. And then the 2 other wildcard teams are going to face each other. So if the division team wins that wildcard series, do they go based on record on who they face in the divisional round with the 2 top teams in the league? Or do they just go by who had I don't know. I'm assuming they'll go by best record at that point. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't necessarily like it, but if it gets a deal done, who am I to complain? Jared, I think they'll get a deal done today. Yeah, if things go sour here, knowing that they're so close, we might not have baseball for a while. But it is what it is at this point, guys. So it's almost 2:30. We got 2.5 hours until the I guess the hard deadline at 5 p.m. But once again, guys, this is a double show today, guys. 2 to 5, we're gonna do wall-to-wall coverage about the MLB negotiations. And at 5 o'clock, we're gonna start talking a little bit more about our Mets, because I'm gonna go right into Mets hot stove. And obviously, we'll still talk about the lockout if things don't get done, but we want to focus on our Mets, because if the deal is done, now we start talking about what the Mets need, as we did yesterday. But we're gonna focus on the Mets officially. So by like 4:55, I will take a few minutes break. I will change up the stream a little bit into Mets hot stove, and then we go from there. And obviously, all you guys are still able to join. You don't have to go to another stream. You just stick around, and we'll just reverse course. That's all. Nick, what's up, buddy? TJ, Joey, Braden, what's up? What up? Ernie, how you doing? Sam, how you doing? John, I'm not sure how to say that, but what's up? Thank you. Stony, how you doing? Joseph, I see. Who else is here? Chris, what's up? Lauren, how you doing? Christian, how you doing? All right, so I'm going to try to check out your comments, guys. And a lot of people just typed like in like 2 minutes. So let's give me a second, guys, so I can go through these. All right, TJ. So you said what's the news? So at the moment, the players gave a proposal to the owners. It was mostly, well, at least what we know, it was mostly about the arbitration pool money that the players lowered the $100 million lower. They don't know the exact amount, but they lowered it from their $100 million ask. That's basically all we know at the moment. But we do know the owners met with the players. They got their proposal, and now the owners are back on their side discussing that proposal. So that's the latest right now from John Heyman, Jesse Rogers, Chelsea Janes, all those guys. So that's been confirmed. What we're waiting on now, I'm assuming to counter proposal that the owners are going to give to the players, because the last proposal, the owners put the arbitration pool at 25 mil when the players put 100 mil. So they lowered the gap a little bit, but it's still far apart. So I don't know what other stuff they're talking about as of yet. I'm assuming they're trying to hash out this arbitration pool issue and then work on other things. But we got 2.5 hours until the deadline, unless they extend it again. But that's what we don't know as of yet. 1, 2, 3 in the lineup, I think it's pretty clear. Marte, Nimmo, Lindor. I think it's pretty simple, honestly. I think 1 through 4 is pretty obvious. Marte, Nimmo, Lindor, Alonso. And then you can mix around. Again, we don't know our full roster yet. We might have Chris Bryant. We might have Castellanos. We might have Suzuki. But at the current lineup, who are you going to put behind Alonso? Escobar? McNeil? If Cano's the DH, there's options there. But, it's hard to make a lineup past Alonso when you really don't know who's going to be on this team. Victor, I think they're going to get a deal done today, yes. Ernie, I know, long time no see, man. How you been? Thank you for tuning in. John, what's up, buddy? Lord, yeah, I saw your comment right now. I'm just gonna post it up there. Do you think the Mets have a McNeil, Dom, JD deal set up as soon? Look, I don't care what anybody says. I guarantee you, owners, GMs are talking to agents and probably teams. These owners are talking as we speak to each other. So I wouldn't be surprised they have ideas on what type of deals they were talking about. And I'm telling you, you're going to see stuff happen so quickly because they're clearly tampering. Trust me. They're not speaking at all. It's not it doesn't benefit anybody if they don't speak at all about trades and free agency. I wouldn't be surprised you see trades right off the bat. As soon as the agreement signed today, tomorrow you'll probably see signings and trades. When it comes to McNeil, Dom, and JD, I don't think all three. I don't know if you were here yesterday, Lord, but I was talking about why I think McNeil is the odd man out. I think the Mets want to keep Dominic Smith because they can use Alonso as a DH every now and then. Dominic Smith is a perfectly capable first baseman to put there with his really good defense. And I still think the Mets see JD Davis as their big bat for their DH. Because if a lot of people, were really down on JD Davis, but you got to remember, JD Davis from the first game in Philadelphia on opening day in 2021 got hit by that pitch in his wrist and he was never the same the rest of the year. So in 2019, JD Davis had 20 plus home runs and knocked in 70 RBIs and batted 280. So if we get that production, JD Davis should get the opportunity to be the everyday DH. And I think Dominic Smith is somebody who is perfect for this team because he can DH as well. He can play first base more often than not. And he's not a great left fielder, but he showed he was capable. He can also platoon with Connor. McNeil, I think he's the odd man out. I think all the troubles that were going on with Lindor, the lack of production been getting from McNeil, he's not a great defender. He has trouble turning double plays as a second baseman. I think he's more valuable in a trade. And the Mets can get a guy, a decent player back, like a relieving pitcher, like a guy like Taylor Rogers of the Minnesota Twins. It's really a straight up deal. Their salary is around the same thing. I think Taylor Rogers makes about $2 million more. So the Mets will take on that money. So the Twins will save a little bit of money. Plus, they get an everyday player in McNeil. So I think McNeil's the odd man out in that situation. No problem, Dan. Sam, I'm sorry. No problem, Sam. Thank you so much for tuning in. I don't think the first round pick is I I don't think the first round pick is too much of an issue, John. I'm thinking. I'm assuming you're talking about the penalties. When it comes to the draft picks, or are you talking about the compensation picks for like Noah Syndergaard and stuff like that? But either way, I don't think teams are going to lose anything because the penalties with the competitive balance tax, I think that was already thrown out by the owners. But I believe that's what you mean, John. Thank you, Ernie. Giving a little heads up there for everybody. Hit that like button. All right, Jared. I'm gonna check John Heyman. We already checked that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up on all the comments, guys. Just give me a second. Scuba, I think Alonso is gonna bat fourth. Oh yeah, absolutely, Fame. Yeah, the line, like I said, the lineup right now obviously is not fully done, so it really is kind of hard to figure out after Alonso what the lineup's going to look like. I think 1 through 4 is pretty solid. We have a pretty good idea of who's going to be 1 through 4. But again, there's so much to talk about when it comes to the rosters, and that goes for almost every team. You know, we expect the Mets to get another big bat and another big arm. We don't even know what the lineup's going to look like. Jeff McNeil might not be here. Dominic Smith might not be here. Both of those guys could be in the lineup, or they could not be. So it's really hard. But I think 1 through 4 is pretty set in stone. Webs, yes. I was talking about it yesterday. I'm probably gonna do a fantasy baseball league specifically for this channel, like I did last year. Now I only had about 10 people last year play because I had maybe 400 subscribers at that moment. So it wasn't a lot of people that knew about it. But this year, it's going to be a $20 buy-in for the fantasy baseball channel with the channel. Excuse me. And obviously, the winner gets the full pot. That's how it's going to go. I'm going to make sure I get at least 20 people, and I'll do that. So if you want to join Webs, as soon as I put it together, I'm going to put the link up on my channel, and anybody can join. So as long as we get 20 people, it's a $20 buy-in, and we're good to go. So 20 times 20 is what, $400? So I think I did that math right. Yeah. So or $440. Yeah, this is why I'm not a lawyer. I just don't know. Let's see, 20 times 20. Yeah, $400. See, I was right. So yeah, I'm gonna set that up most likely and see if we can get about 20 people in there. Let me just give a shout out to somebody. Hold on, guys. Sorry about this. I want to give a shout out to Ernie. Thank you so much for the donation. I really do appreciate it. That's right, baby. Play ball and LGM. Thank you so much. All right, let me catch up on these comments, guys. So shout out to Ernie. Give me a second. Let me just catch up. Let's see, where was I? Okay, here we go. Chris, how crazy is it going to get once a deal is done? Oh, it's going to be absolutely insane. Like, I don't think every baseball content creator on YouTube is going to be constantly putting up videos and going, like, I don't even think we're going to have time to make videos. I think we're going to have to go live and just stick around for like I'm doing now, like a 5-6 hour show, just going over the rumors. Like, it's just insane. Like, not even just Mets rumors, baseball in general rumors. So it's going to be fun, no doubt about it. But you know what? It's gonna be as fun as the last few days before the lockout. It's gonna be that similar. Sam, 100%. All right, where was I at? All right, here we go. Leaf, how you doing? Rob, I hope the MLB and the owners will be settled today so they start playing ball. I agree. Scoop, they said, I don't know if it was, I think it was Jeff Passan that said that if the deal gets done today or tomorrow, the players are going to be in spring training on Saturday. So I'm assuming on Monday they'll start spring training games of whatever the schedule is on that Monday, on this Monday coming up. That's what I think. Best baseball player in baseball, probably Juan Soto. Andrew, it's a possibility. I already think the players won this CBA already. So I don't know why they're continuing to ask for more and more, because I really do have a feeling that if they keep on asking for more and more and they're not budging, the owners are going to get pissed off. It's like, all right, we gave you an increase in minimum salary. We gave you arbitration pool money that we increased. And they're still not like trying to actually like help the situation at this point. But I mean, both sides seem like they're greedy at this point. So again, both sides are just annoying me at this moment. They should just get the deal done. But who am I, right? I'm just a YouTube guy. Jared, I don't know. I think if a reporter knows more than what he's saying, doesn't it hurt his like status? Because they always want to get the news before anybody else. So I just see it as, I think the owners and the players are actually keeping their mouth shut regarding these negotiations for the most part. Some things are going to leak out, but for the most part, we don't really hear much that's going on in these negotiations until basically there's a long break in between them meeting, and then we find out a little bit. So, but maybe the reporters are holding on to certain things, maybe, but I doubt it because they all want to get the scoop. Freddie, look, I don't think the Mets are fully invested in Freddie Freeman. With Steve Cohen's money, it's an option, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to get comfortable today. All right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, guys? So, like, I don't think Freeman's a priority. At this point, he's not a necessity, but it's nobody's gonna complain if we get him. He's a great player. Everybody would love to have him. But I don't think the Mets are going to be focused on Freddie Freeman more than they're probably focused on Suzuki or a Bryant or a Rodon or a Kikuchi at this point. Well, Robert, I don't think March 3rd. Well, yeah, you're right, because March 3rd would be Thursday. No, yes. I don't think it's going to be. I think they're going to start on the weekend, so all the players can just get ready and get their weekend going. I think most likely it's going to be the weekend. I mean, some of them might show up on March 3rd, like when they're allowed to go March 3rd to like the facility, but the first game will probably either be on the weekend or Monday. 100%, Robert. I like that. Yeah, they just saw Rob Manfred. I know. Somebody sent me something. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we have? Jesse Rogers. League officials headed over to meet the union. That was like an hour ago. Okay, he retweeted his own tweet. Damn it, Jeff. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Let's refresh on Twitter, guys, to see what we got. All right, so everybody's just retweeting. All right, here we go. Nope, that was retweet again. People are retweeting stuff from like an hour ago. Let's see. All right, so MLB Network, MLB News Network, about 20 minutes ago, negotiations described as approaching third base. So there we go. So that's good news, guys. They're in scoring position. That's what we like to hear. Mike, it's possible. Like I said, it's 2:40 already, 2:45 already. I mean, there's a possibility that they're not going to get this deal done by 5:00 unless they do. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Fame. I really appreciate it. I like to blow up too. That would be fun. So yeah, I'm really hoping that they get this deal done while I'm live, because that would be exciting for all of us. Now we just get to talk about Mets hot stove, right? Or MLB hot stove. instead of this nonsense. But yeah, you know what? You're gonna hear. I don't want anybody to get discouraged if they're in the room for 15 minutes with the players and they walk out. I mean, they had about 15 back and forth, walking back and forth to meet each other. So, you're probably gonna get 5, 6, or 7 of the owners walking back and forth. So I don't want you to think, oh, they only spent 15 minutes together, because they're probably small. They already know what these guys want on both sides. So there's really not much to talk about. It's like, all right, we just talked about the arbitration pool. Look, this is as far we're gonna go. Can you meet us in the middle here? That's probably that doesn't take long to talk about. Maybe they'll go, no, we can't do it. You know what? Let's go here. And 10, 15 minutes is basically all they need. All right, this is the number they gave us. Let's go back to our guys. That's basically much what's going on now. Yeah, Robert, agree. You know what? We all keep on saying it because we all know it's going to be crazy. Look at the last 2 days of before the lockout. It was like nonstop news. Like, my phone vibrated so much during those 2 nights. Like, I barely got sleep. Every time, notification, notification, notification. It's going to happen again. Yeah, I don't think I already think the owners already took off those penalties for draft picks. And it looks like the penalties are going to be similar to the old CBA, which is, I think, 26% for first time going over, 32% the second time going over, or 50 something percent, or 40 something percent going over the second time, and the third time it's around 50. So it's going to be around the same thing. Hey Rocky, what's up? Heathen, how you doing? Well, like I said, it seems like that might be a possibility, but I don't think that's a main focus. That might be like a small little detail after they get the big core issues done. That's why I think it's probably going to get done, if not late tonight, into tomorrow morning, because I think they're going to get the big core issues done tonight, and then tomorrow they're going to work on situations like tradable draft picks. I don't see why they don't. I mean, every other league has it. Football, basketball, hockey, they all have it. So it would be nice, sometimes, it gives an incentive for a team like the Pirates or anybody, for example, who has a pretty high pick and wants a superstar. Maybe that team that wants to trade their superstar wants that first or second pick in the draft. I think that would be a lot more fun. It's a lot to talk about. Stony, MLB is live. Yeah, Chris, we're all pumped for that. The Puppet Man, how you doing? Jared, I saw your question. Let me just pop it up. Question, do you think they will meet again tomorrow if no deal is made? Well, at this point, it's up to the owners if they're going to extend the deadline. I think if there's enough agreeable issues with each other, I think in good faith, the owners are going to extend the deadline probably sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. But I don't think they have to get a deal done by the end of this week, by Friday, the latest, to start the season on time. And I think they know that. Puppet, really hoping they figure out something so the Phillies can go back to kicking the Mets' butt. If I wasn't a nice guy, I would just block you off, but I don't do that on my streams. It's cool. Look, we have Padre fans here. We got Cardinals fans here. Yesterday we had Yankee fans here. Listen, no matter if you're a Phillies fan, Braves fan, Mets fan, Yankees fan, right now we're all united to get baseball going, right? We're all here to hashtag end the lockout, right? That's what we're hoping for today, yesterday, and the last couple of months. But when spring training starts or when the season starts and we face the Phillies, full Philly, baby. That's the way I gotta say it. Well, Puppet Man, thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I think if they get a deal done, say tomorrow, I think Thursday through Sunday is probably going to be full workouts, and Monday they're going to start games. You're going to see pitchers probably pitch 10 pitchers and walk out. So that's basically what's going to happen at the moment. It is what it is at this point. Like I said, just get baseball going so we have something to talk about. Because it's been very quiet about Jacob deGrom and his injury. We know he has one. Is it somewhat better? He has that partially torn ligament. Seth Lugo had a partially torn ligament for years now and was still able to pitch. But, Jacob deGrom's throwing 100 plus miles an hour every fifth day and throwing 80 to 100 pitchers. So, I guarantee you we're going to start. That's going to be the questions as soon as Jacob deGrom steps foot in the spring training facility in Port St. Lucie. And reporters are going to ask him, hey, how are you feeling? Are you healthy? That's question number one, because I'm telling you guys right now, if Jacob deGrom is not healthy, this team is in trouble. Yes, we got Max Scherzer, but we need Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer. We need that 1-2 punch. So it's going to be a big deal to see what's going on with Jacob deGrom. Andrew there. Well, the revenue sharing is combined of everything. I do think that getting the revenue sharing, I still don't think the players should get a large percentage of that, because the majority of the revenue the owners make are from ticket sales, concessions, and TV deals. Do I think the players should get a percentage of it? Yes, but the players already get revenue from or bonuses for certain things in their contracts. They also get video game bonuses and money from that. Merchandise, anything on with their name or face on it, they get paid from that. So the things that they already have with sharing revenue, those things, the owners are running the business. Also, they need to make money elsewhere. But I understand your point, Andrew. Yeah, I can't wait. Like I said, as soon as the lockout ends, the next day I'm going to Dick's Sporting Goods, getting my Scherzer shirt, getting my Marte shirt, ready to go. I'm gonna get one in black and one in blue. And I noticed it like a couple of weeks ago. I think I took a picture. I put it on my community tab on my channel. That they had the shirts up already, which was great. And I'm ready to go. I already know the Mets make more moves. I'm going to spend so much money just buying jerseys and shirts and all types of stuff. Ernie, millionaires versus billionaires. Yep. I mean, that's basically what it is. Well, you know what? Nobody really needs more money, but everybody needs more money. It's just a matter of, we see it as, the average person making $50,000-$60,000 a year. Obviously, I don't know what you guys make, but the average salary in the US is 50 to 60,000. So, we can't relate to that, but that's the way we see it. Yes. Mets Nation, thank you so much for the donation. Listen, your lips to God's ears, man. Hope today is the day so we can actually enjoy the rumor mill and the hot stove and spring training for that matter. All right, guys. So we got some pretty big news right here. So listen up. Jesse Rogers just tweeted, per MLB official, the best offer is coming before 5 o'clock. Sounds like a take it or leave it deal. So here we go, guys. We got almost about 2 hours until the deadline. It's pretty clear now that the owners are sticking their feet in the ground big time about the 5 p.m. deadline. So the owners are probably not going to come back to the players probably for a little while, because the deal that they come back with this counter offer is going to be the deal that the players are going to be able to take it or leave it. So this is the moment of truth here, guys. This next counter proposal is going to be big. So we're going to wait for that. Once again, if you're just tuning in, guys, Jesse Rogers just tweeted, per MLB official, the best offer is coming before 5 Eastern time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Sounds like a take it or leave it deal. So here we go, guys. The gloves are on. The bell's about to ring. The match is about to start. So hopefully this is going to get done. There's probably not going to be no tomorrow with this. Either they get it done today or we're going to have a long road ahead of us, guys. So positivity, right, guys? That's what we're hoping for. Mets Nation, thank you once again for the donation. Ernie, I don't think Alonso would want to trade. I think Alonso would probably be upset at first, but Alonso's a big time team guy, and I think he realizes Freeman's going to make him a better player, and that's just the way I see it. Like anybody who has any type of ego is going to be mad. You know what I'm saying? So, but of course, Alonso's going to be upset at first. Victor, if this look, it seems like MLB's coming back with one big offer, and like Jesse Rogers says, a take it or leave it type of deal. I think we're going to be at least missing a month of the season if the players don't take this next deal that the owners propose. So let's get this positive vibe around us. If you were with me yesterday, we had a little bit of fun with some strobe light. So here we go again. Here we go, guys. We're getting ready, right? We're getting ready. Here we go. We're getting ready, guys. We're getting ready. Definitely getting ready. That's right. We're ready. We're ready, guys. That's some positivity strobe light right there. We got to get ready, guys. We got to get positive here. It's a take it or leave it deal that's coming out way before 5 o'clock. So this is what we've been waiting for, right? Just let's hope it's not something, clearly the owners found out what the players wanted and they're coming back with their best deal. So take it or leave it now. Let me just throw that up there on the screen so the people who are tuning in can actually know what's going on. Give me a second, guys. I'm just typing it up. All right, guys. Let me just throw that up there. So for the people who are just tuning in, thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button. A few minutes ago, Jesse Rogers tweeted, per MLB official, best offer from owners coming before 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a take it or leave it type of deal. That's the feeling these reporters are getting based on this offer that's going to be coming at, I guess, some point. We will see. Who knows what time, but it's going to be before 5 o'clock. So 2 hours until, who knows when they're going to send it to the players, to go over to the player side to give them that last proposal. So it's time to sweat, guys, because we'll see. So Evan Drellich tweeted about a minute ago, union sources contends that its tone has been consistent since yesterday, that the players are very far apart on key issues such as CBT thresholds and the pre-op bonus pools. No difference. The union believes from today to yesterday in its views. So it really hasn't changed on those two issues. But again, maybe the players yesterday moved pretty big money-wise towards the players with minimum salary, arbitration pool, and the 12 to 14 team playoff. They moved it to 12. So they moved in the players' direction. Maybe the owners are going to move a little bit more. We shall see. But that is the latest right there on your screen, guys, if you're just tuning in. Yeah, Daniel, we saw, but thank you for tuning in, by the way. Yeah, exactly. These owners, the small market owners, are the majority of the owners. The only way this agreement gets passed is 23 of the 30 owners vote yes to the CBA. They don't need everybody, but there's 7 big market teams. We talked about this yesterday. The big market teams aren't the problem here. It's the small market teams that are bitching and complaining about luxury tax and spending money and competitive balance tax and draft picks and all that crazy stuff. And that's what they're trying to avoid. They don't want Steve Cohen. They don't want the ownership group of the Dodgers. they don't want the big market teams spending outrageous amount of money because it makes them look bad. And it puts them in a bad light. There's a reason why some of the small market owners did not want to vote for Steve Cohen to be an owner of the Mets because they know that he's a big spender. What he wants, he gets. He's done that in his hedge fund life, and he's doing that now with the Mets. He wanted Max Scherzer. Nobody in their right mind thought the Mets were ever going to get Max Scherzer. Nobody even thought about that. And they did. Because who wanted it? Steve Cohen wanted it. And he didn't care about the price. $40+ million a year, we got Max Scherzer. So it's unfortunate, Daniel. These are what the small markets do. But all we can do is worry about what the Mets can do. But at this point, we need the minority, the larger majority, excuse me, of these small market owners to vote yes for the CBA. But once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're here for the long haul today, up until 7 o'clock. It seems like there's going to be a deal or no deal by 5 o'clock. Per MLB officials, this was just tweeted by Jesse Rogers not too long ago. The best offer from the owners are coming before 5 o'clock. The feeling around this from reporters is that it's a take it or leave it type of deal. So we're probably going to know within the next 2 hours, whenever this deal goes over to the players, if this is going to be a done deal or not. So it seems like today's the deadline. There's not going to be an extension this time. So let's pray for the best, guys. Yep, exactly, Yoni. I talked about this yesterday. Bryant and a pitcher. If it's Rodon or Kikuchi with Chris Bryant, I'm happy. I can't complain. 100% the puppet. 100%. That's exactly what it is. It's greedy. It's greed on both sides. And if you guys weren't with me yesterday in the stream, I said this on opening day, whenever that is. I'll be at Citi Field if it's March 31st or if it's May 1st. At Citi Field, I am making a sign that says MLB owners and players greed is destroying Major League Baseball, destroying the game of baseball. I'm putting that sign together. And they might not let me in the stadium, but they're not stopping me from throwing it up. Sorry about the camera. I know I froze for a second. Just give me a second, guys. I know you guys can hear me. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just fix it. Just give me a second, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Uh, very sorry about that. I had to change over to my laptop camera. Unfortunately, can you guys hear me? Got a little warm here, guys. Sorry. Want to make sure you guys can hear me. Just let me know in the comments. Okay, cool, guys. Sorry about that. You know how it goes. My camera just went bonkers on me, my regular camera. So I'm on the. There we go. All right. So I'm on my laptop camera. I'm sorry about the bad connection. JD, thank you for the donation. I'm sorry. I just saw it when I posted back up. Alrighty. So what do we got here? John Heyman. What did you put? Okay, so MLB officials said that they thought they had a path to a deal last night when they extended the deal, but the union has struck a different note today. The official further stated through league would make one final best offer and hope for the best. Things obviously have turned south. Not good news, guys. So clearly, the players seem to turn their backs a little bit on the last deal. So we just have to hope. Dom, how you doing? Let's hope that they get this deal done. So sorry for a little cloudy picture, guys. I'm just using my laptop camera right now so we can just get back to where we are. All right, so that's at the latest, guys. So it seems like the union and the owners thought that they would actually had a deal close to happening last night, and now all of a sudden the players are somewhat backtracking, so that's not a good sign. Nelson, the Cohen is not at the meeting, and we haven't seen him there yet. There's been other owners there mostly. So no, Cohen has not been there. We haven't really heard from Cohen at all. He hasn't even tweeted either. Sebastian, oh, we'll see. You know, apparently the owners are actually given one final offer, and if the players don't take it, it's going to be a problem. So that it's not looking good so far. But we'll see. We got a long way to go. We got a few hours. So I'm just going to send a link to Hayden here so he can join us whenever he can. Just give me a second, guys. Just pulling up Twitter so I can send them the message. Alrighty. All right, give me a second, guys. Sorry. Just working on getting Hayden on the stream. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get Hayden on this stream soon. All right, there we go. 95 live viewers, guys. Really do appreciate it. Don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. The latest from Jesse Roger was the owners are going to send their best offer to the players before 5 p.m. It's a take it or leave it type of deal. So the pressure is on now, guys. And we just heard from John Heyman that the players union kind of backtracked a little bit from last night. The owners thought they had close to a deal in place last night, and now it seems like the players are backtracking a little bit in this latest meeting. So we're going to wait for the latest. It's clear that the owners are giving one last effort in this counter proposal, and it's going to be a take it or leave it deal. So, like I said earlier, the gloves are on. They're waiting for the bell. We'll see what happens, guys. It's not looking perfect. There seems to be some progress, but not enough. But we have to wait until the owners send over the last counter proposal that the owners said they're going to make. So it seems like today is the day, guys. We're either going to have a deal or have no deal. And who knows what happens after today. But we're all here. 100 of you are here right now praying that baseball is back. If you're a Met fan, a Yankee fan, a Cardinals fan, a Padres fan, a Phillies fan, doesn't matter. We're united today to get this deal done. Hashtag end the lockout, guys. So let's hope, guys. This is what we're here for. We're here for baseball. We want free agency rumors. We want trade rumors. We don't want no more news about anything except the lockout to be over. So thank you guys for tuning in. That is the latest that is on your screen right now. Owners are going to give a last-ditch effort into a counter proposal, going to the players before 5 o'clock, and it's a take it or leave it type of deal. So we shall see. All right. All right, let's check all the comments so I can see what you guys are saying. Yeah, exactly. Bob Nightingale just tweeted it as well. Owners are making one last final deal and have a little bit of a dialogue and then go from there. Zesty, I'm not sure how good the Royals are going to be. They're still building up their team. They got a lot of work to do. I don't see anything with your Royals doing anything really good, probably for the next 2-3 years. They're trying to build up their farm system, get these younger players up and ready. So I think you guys are probably going to be 2 to 3 years away of being contenders in the Central, unfortunately, Zesty. But you know what? You can't always have good. You're going to have good teams and bad teams. It's just a matter of, who's the team's going to be. And the Royals are in rebuild mode. It's unfortunately, Zesty, but that's how it goes sometimes with baseball. That's a good question. Who's the dark horse? Now, obviously, it's hard to figure that out because we know that the rosters are not all set yet. There's a lot of free agents. There's a lot of trades to be made. But with the current rosters as we speak, I still think a dark horse? I would say the St. Louis Cardinals. I know they're probably projected to win the division, but I think they're going to be really, really good. And I think they can contend for a World Series if they get a little bit more pitching. So I would say the Cardinals. I'm not sure if that's really a dark horse, but I feel the Cardinals are going to be pretty damn good. Scoop, these greedy players and owners need to realize they can't get everything they want. Exactly. But again, the owners continue to go to the players' side. It seems like the players are not budging on their asking so much. So it's kind of annoying because it's like it's just freaking annoying, But what are you gonna do, right? The best thing we can do is just wait and just pray that this last offer the owners are gonna give. It seems like it's a take it or leave it type of deal. And, the players at this point are going to be stupid not to take the deal because they got a lot what they asked for. I think 4 out of the 7 things they asked for, they got. So we just have to wait and see. They're going to give an offer before 5 o'clock. and we'll see what happens. Yes, it's not a lot, but you know it is what it is at this point. We'll see, Fernando. You know what? Players are ready to give their final offer, so we have to wait and see. Sean, member of Talkin Mets Rob, hashtag end the lockout, 100%. Michael Adams, I need baseball. We all need baseball. Baseball is like a drug. Steven, yes, I will be streaming this year for games. Probably more often, more than I did last year for sure. And you know, if you guys are new to the channel, I do go when I go to a game, home or road. I do a live stream during the fifth inning, so you get the sounds of the game and we talk and you know just have fun during the fifth inning of the game. So you guys will probably enjoy that a lot. A lot of people did like that last year when I did it during the fifth inning. You know, you heard the crowd, you heard the game itself, and it's a lot of fun. So hopefully you guys enjoy that as well. Yeah, yeah, Ernie, I saw that. You know, it is. It's a final offer. They're not giving the players another chance. This is it. There's been too many counter proposals. Just put one big proposal together, and that's it. Get it done. April Fools. That's a good one, Andrew. That's right, Ernie. Let's go, guys. Hit on that like button. 117 people right here in the stream right now. I really do appreciate everybody tuning in for the very latest on the MLB meetings, day 9 of the MLB meetings and a 5 p.m. deadline set by the owners. If you're just tuning in, look at the bottom of the screen. This is the latest. Per MLB official, the best offer is coming from the owners before 5 o'clock. The feeling around the meetings is that this is a take it or leave it type of deal. So there's a pretty good chance we're either going to know there's a deal or no deal by 5 o'clock or a little bit after. So stick around to get the very latest of seeing what's going on. And let's hope that I'm able to bring you some good news because there's been a lot of crappy news lately. Joseph, LFGM, absolutely. Get a deal done, 100%. Micah, you're a Blue Jays sets Red Sox fan. That's kind of hard when they face each other, no? I know, Stony. Stony, another member of Talkin Mets Rob. What's up, buddy? You know what, Andre? If it falls apart, would anybody be shocked? I mean, really, like on Friday, people saw the draft lottery get really close to getting agreed upon, and Saturday was a disaster, and Sunday was a disaster. So I don't know anymore. Like at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it falls apart because these greedy bums are. It's just that's the issue, you know. But what are we gonna do? All we can do is just wait and hope for the best. Nelson, same with me, man. I should have been in Port St. Lucie this weekend, and I didn't. And that's all I want to do. I want to go to City Field. I want to watch DeGrom. I want to watch Scherzer. I just want to watch baseball. That's it. Yeah, Robert, I agree. I think the players got more than enough for what they asked for this CBA. They won this CBA already. They got to take it. They really have to. Alex Wood. All right, Curry. I'm going to check the Alex Wood tweet. So Alex Wood tweeted, the last 24 hours, I say there was cautious optimism on the player side because the owners were actually at the table negotiating with us toward the deal. What we're asking for is more than fair. If there's no deal, the optimism from MLB was a PR illusion to make it look like they tried. Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good, Gary. Thank you for telling me about that tweet. Oh man, that sucks. Jeez. Don't worry, all you gotta do is sign up for the free trial of YouTube TV, and they got the MLB Network for you. And then, in 3 months, just get rid of it. I don't know if they'll get Freeman and KB, but I think KB is going to be on number one on the Mets list to get. $50% season? Oh, maybe. The Cards are going to be good. I think they're going to win that Central for sure. The thing that set it back was the players were only given $100 million. The owners want more. Well, yeah. Look. There's issues with almost everything. It's just a matter of, I think the owners came back towards the players a lot more than the players came back to the owners' ask. So if the players don't actually take this deal, I just don't understand what else they want. They're looking to get everything they asked for in one CBA. That's nearly impossible in any negotiation. So I at this point, I think it's on the players. It's in the players' hands right now, in my opinion. I didn't even think about the players. I was thinking about more National League, Cody. But yeah, the Rangers are pretty good. They made big signings with Simeon and who's the other? And Seager. So 2 big signings right there. Curry, I just looked at Alex Wood's tweet. I said it. Yeah, Christian, exactly. The players, the owners had actually been increasing the salary, the R pool, the what else did they increase? They even went down two teams with the playoff teams. So they've been moving towards the players' side. The players haven't been moving anywhere near those sides. All right, so let's see what else is going on right now. All right, so here we go. We got a little bit more information about the players' ask. John Heyman tweeted, the Players Union requested luxury tax figures of $238 million, $244, $250, $256, and $263. That is for the 5-year agreement with the CBA. MLB has offered $220, $220, $220, $224, and $230. That's a massive difference. So that's a huge problem right there, guys. So yeah, this is the problem right here. The CBT is going to be a huge problem. They're not even close. MLB is trying to keep the 220 luxury tax figure at 220 for 3 years, then move it up in the 4th year of 224 and the 5th year at 230. The players want to start at that 238 and then move up to 240, 250, 256, and 263 respectively. So I don't know if it's looking good anymore, guys. It does not seem good at the moment. I don't know what the owners are going to offer the players at this point. Maybe they'll go get a little bit higher. But what I think the players want, I don't think if the owners ask for 220 in 2022 or 2021 or 2022, 2022, and then increase it over the next 5 years with the luxury tax, I think the players will accept that. But if they keep it at the same rate 3 years straight, I think that's a problem. I think if 2022 would be 220, 2023 would be around 222, and increase it, I think the players will feel a little bit better with that. But yeah, this is not good. So David Rosendahl. Oh, wait, that was the other day. He tweeted. All right. So yeah, sorry, that was a tweet from the other day that somebody retweeted. So again, the owners and the players are missing this whole luxury tax thing. They're not close anymore. That seems like the big sticking point with the players and the owners. So once again, I'm gonna explain it. Say it again, guys. What John Heyman just tweeted. If you're just tuning in, got 147 in this live stream, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button. I'm gonna tell you the latest as of right now. What's on your screen right now was about a half hour ago. Owners are going to give one more proposal to the players before 5 o'clock. feeling around the whole meetings is that this is a take it or leave it type of deal. So we're waiting for that proposal to be given to the players. But the latest X from the players union with regards to the luxury tax is this. They want, starting from 2022, want a $238 million payroll, then 244, then 250, 256, and then 263 over the 5-year agreement of the CBA. The MLB owners are offering 220 for 3 years straight, then the 4th year at 224, and the 5th year at 230. So they're way off. But what I think the owners can do is offer 220 for the first year, raise it a couple of $1 million the second year, raise it every year. And I think the players will get on board with that. I don't think they have to necessarily go of the asking of the players at starting at 238. I think the players probably want increases over each year. So that's what I think the owners should do. But we're waiting for the owners to give that one last proposal. And it's supposed to come before 5 o'clock. A lot of people are not happy with the union right now. Somebody tweeted, are the union on drugs? I tend to agree. I think it seems like the players are backtracking of what's been going on since last night. I don't know what happened. All right, so Bob Nightingale tweeted the union is seeking an $85 million bonus pool that rises $5 million per year. So that's the other thing that was in that deal with the from the players. Jesse Rogers just tweeted 2 minutes ago. Differences in CBT and pre-arb bonus pool amongst the stumbling blocks. League offering 25 mil a year for 5 years in the pre-arb pool. Union wants to start at 85. So they're already $60 million apart on that part. And the union also wants $5 million increase each year for the CBT threshold. So this is right on the money what John Heyman said. For the first 3 years, the owners want $220 million salary cap, luxury tax for the first 3 years. The union wants to start at 238 and gradually increase $6 million each year. So there's the two big points right here that are holding up this deal. The CBT and the pre-arb bonus pool money. So that's where we're at the moment. We're still waiting for the owners to send their final proposal by 5 o'clock or before 5 o'clock to the players, and it's a take it or leave it type of deal. So the pressure is on both sides right now. It seems like today's deadline is set in stone, but we have to wait and see. So that is the very latest. Let me just put that up there right now, guys, so everybody knows who's coming in. Once again, guys, 150 people in the chat in the stream right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button. We're here to get the latest updates on every little detail on the negotiations right here on this stream. So stick around. 5 p.m. is probably the time we're going to figure out if there's going to be a deal or not. So stick around and let's hope this deal gets done. Let me just type up what's the latest so we have an idea. All right. So I'm putting up what's the sticking point in this deal right now. So it's on your screen right now, guys. The owners and the MLBPA issues right now is the CBT and the pre-arb pool amount. So that's the sticking point right now. It seems like other things are probably easier to work out. These are the two sticking points. The owners want to keep it at 220 for the first 3 years and increase over the next 2 years. And the players want to start of 2022 to be the luxury tax of 238 and increase gradually over the next 5 years at $6 million each year. So they're far apart on that. The arbitration pool, the players want $85 million plus a $5 million increase over the next 5 years. The owners are willing to go $25 million. So it's a $60 million gap And that's the two sticking points right now between the two sides. And that's really not good at the moment. So let me check your comments, guys. Let me just leave that up there. Let's see what we got. I know I missed a lot of comments, guys. Well, Michael, I think if the deal's not done by 5 o'clock, I think they're gonna both walk out, and we're gonna miss them at least a month of baseball. Lord Salamander, let's go Padres. Let's go Padres. Not a lot of good news, man. Not a lot of good news at this point. No, no. Look, these conversations between the owners and players has nothing to do with the fans. They don't care about us, guys. If you haven't noticed that, I don't know what to tell you, but it's definitely they don't care about us. So, it is what it is at this point, guys. We just have to deal with the fact that they don't care about us. It's all about their pockets. That's all they care about. Kyle, that's all good. Today, we're united as baseball fans to get this lockout done. We got Padres fans here. We got Cardinals fans, Yankee fans, Phillies fans. If I'm missing somebody, I'm sorry. I think we had a Cubs fan the other day. We're all here. We're all united right now as baseball fans for hashtag end the lockout. That's what we're at, and that's where we are right now, guys. Once again, guys, there's two sticking points that are really preventing this deal to get done. It's the CBT and the pre-arb pool. They're about $10 to $12 million apart in total when it comes to the CBT. The owners want to keep it at $220 million for the next 3 years. And the players want to start at 238 and gradually increase over the next 5 years at about $6 million. The pre-arb pool amount, the difference is $60 million. So there's a long way to go for that. So the two sticking points that are not getting this deal done right now are the two things on your screen. The CBT and the arb pool amount. So there's another tweet, I believe. Just give me a second. All right, guys. So Jesse Rogers just tweeted a picture of lead negotiators for the Major League Baseball side. They are walking over to the player side. So here we go, guys. This is looking like the final offer that is going to the players. This is 3:30. The owner said, or MLB official said, the last deal is coming before 5 o'clock. An hour and a half before 5 o'clock, they're going to the player side. So here's the take it or leave it deal, guys, that we're waiting for. So I'm assuming they'll probably be together for about 15, 20 minutes and wait patiently, I guess. So once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in, Talking Mets with Rob. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button. Thank you guys for all the support you've been giving me. And we are here as baseball fans united for probably the only time this year to get this deal done and hashtag end the lockout. So what is the problem with the agreement right now? Why they're not agreeing to it? It's on your screen. The CBT and the pre-arb pool for the people who are just tuning in. If you want to say what's up in the chat, guys, do not be shy. We're all baseball fans here. We got all types of fans here. Yes, I'm a Mets fan. We got a lot of Mets fans in the chat. This is a Mets channel, but today it's all about a united front of baseball fans because we all want one thing. We want the lockout to end, and we want to hear all the rumors and news about free agents and trade rumors with respects to our team. And that's what we're looking at right here, guys. So, once again, the owner's side has just walked over to the player's side, which we're assuming is the final offer that the owners are going to give to the players. And it's a take it or leave it type of deal. I'm going to post that once again so everybody knows what's going on. All right, guys. So I'm gonna post it right now, so everybody who's tuning in is gonna check it out. So owners sent the last offer. They just walked over, giving their final counter offer to the player side. It's a take it or leave it deal. That is the feeling around the meetings and around all the reporters that this is a take it or leave it type of deal. And all we can do is now wait. So let me check your comments, guys, while we wait. Nick, it's a possibility. All right, so John Heyman just tweeted as well. Let's see. What do we got? Well, we kind of know $85 million are asking for the pre-arb pool, the bonus pool, and the owners are telling 25 mil. So they're not close. This looks very bad. We'll see. Again, they're apart on the CBT and they're apart on the bonus pool at the moment. You know, I think what the owners did yesterday of giving them an option A and B when it regards to the playoff teams, the arbitration amount, and the minimum salary. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to give an A and B, take one of them, or we're done. So I think that's what they're probably going to do. Yeah, I know exactly. They're looking for any piece of penny they can get with these networks. Yeah, well, that's most teams, Fernando. Oh yeah, the Dodgers are still the favorite. The Giants got worse. They're gonna lose Bryant. They already lost Gaussman. You know, everybody was shocked how they played last year. I don't think they're gonna have another good year like last year. You know, they got to worry about the Padres, but the Dodgers are the best team in the West. Jack, how you doing? Well, I look. I don't know what the players are still asking for. I know it. I know the CBT and our pool is a lot, but they got so much in this deal already. They got the DH. They're already getting the 12-team playoff that the owners asked for 14. The minimum salary is going up at least $100,000 from what the owners wanted, which was less than 600. It was a little. I think it was $600,000. They're willing to go up to 700 or 675, which I think the 12-team playoff that was agreed upon is 675,000 minimum salary. They got a lot. So if they don't take this deal now, I think, look, the CBT, yes, the amounts are far apart, but what the penalties are similar to what the CBA was, the tax was before the penalties, which was 26%, 36%, and 52%. So it's very similar to the CBA of before with the penalties. So just because the numbers are different, it's not going to stop the major teams from spending the money going over the luxury tax if it's the same penalties. They're already getting the penalties already. So we'll see. Loss says sign Freeman and Bryant. I don't think they're going to go that far. I don't think they're going to trade for Hader. It's a lot. That's a huge trade. I don't think that's going to happen. Well, I mean, they looked into Freeman. You never know. You know, one of these guys can play third base, Alonso or Freeman. So you never know. I doubt it. I think, it's more likely Chris Bryant and Carlos Rodon. But hey, you never know. Steve Cohen, he don't care. Thank you, Karen. Jesus. Yeah, well, Stroman blocked me on Twitter, so I can't even see his tweets. Let's see. What else do we have? James McCann just tweeted. He said he just basically talking about like the players went a different path. Let's see. What else do we have here? Let's check Bob Nightingale. All right. So the two sides are $50,000 apart in their minimum salary proposals, with the union seeking 725, while MLB is at 675. Well, yeah, they're at 675 because they went what the players wanted with playoff teams, which was 12. They gave them two offers yesterday. So, but you know what? It's on the players right now. So, Jonathan, let's go Phillies. Another Phillies fan here. I agree, guys. Let's get a deal done. Jays fan. All right. Another Jays fan. Okay. Merlinful. We nearly had 200. We're getting there. And we got a D-backs fan. All right, here we go. We're going around the country, guys. We got West Coast, Midwest, East Coast. Let's go. Yeah, Curtis. Yeah, I already put that up. Yeah, Passon and Heyman said it. The owners just walked over about 10 minutes ago. Walked over to the other side with their final offer. So it's 3:40. We got an hour and 20 minutes until the 5 p.m. deadline, which seems like it's definitely a deadline this time. So it's a take it or leave it type of deal, and we just wait and see what happens. Damn, that sucks. Well, if games are canceled, I just say to you guys, go to your if you're close by to a local team, minor leagues team, support the younger players, right? That's all you can do at this point. Because I mean, I'm close to where the Cyclones play in Brooklyn, so I would go to a lot of those games. Maybe I'll hit up Binghamton and Syracuse for a game or two. But you support the minor league clubs and support the players. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, John, absolutely. Like I said, smaller market teams hate guys like Cohen. That's why they didn't want to vote him in to be an owner, because they knew he was just going to spend money and not care. What is CBT? It's a competitive balance tax. It's teams that go over the luxury tax number, which if it's like 220, any team that goes over that, depending on if they've gone over once, twice, or three times, there's a tax that they pay per dollar. Every $1 million they go over, or every dollar they go over that luxury tax. So that's what it is. It's called competitive balance tax. Because that tax that get taxed by the teams that go over gets distributed to the low and the small market teams. Yep, this determines the beginning of the year. Gonna keep on refreshing Twitter because I don't know how long the players are gonna take with this. Let's see. Anything? Let's see. All right, guys. So Jesse Rogers just tweeted, and they came out approximately 3 minutes later. The owners. So I don't even think they talked. They just probably gave him the proposal and said, "Here you go. Take it or leave it." So here we go, guys. I mean, it's up to the players at this point. It's in the players' hand. So we're just waiting, guys. And now some of the players are starting to tweet now. So, oh boy. Let's keep on checking out the comments. Kershaw staying in LA. I'm not surprised. Yeah, man. This is the only time in baseball history that Philly fans and Met fans are united to get baseball out of this lockout. Webbs, you know what? That's what I said. I said that to Joe on Twitter through the messaging. I I told him, I go, I really think they're gonna wait until the last minute to say, hey, we got a deal. I just feel like they're gonna do that. Baseball is never, they never do anything easy. It's gonna be dramatic. All right, guys. So we got Jeff Passan just tweeted. Here is the MLB's best and final offer. No changes to the CBT threshold that I just told you. 220 million for the next 3 years. The fourth year it goes up 224 and 230. A $5 million increase on pre-arb bonus pool from 25 million. They moved it up to 330 million. An increase of minimums from 675 to 700,000. So they got to 700,000, moving up from 10K a year. So that's it, guys. This is it. They did not budge on the CBT, but I have a feeling the players knew that. It's just, are they going to accept the pre-arb of 30 million, which is the $5 million increase, and a $25,000 increase from 675 to 700,000? And also, it moves up $10,000 per year over the next 5 years. So it can go all the way up to 750,000. So here we are, guys. That is the latest offer. It's a take it or leave it deal. We're just waiting for the player's side to either agree to it or not. Now, remember, with that CBT, the owners, the penalties are going to be similar to last CBA. So it's not going to be worse, even though if it stays the same. So I'm going to put that up there right now for the people who are just tuning in. I'm just going to type it, guys. Just give me a second. Just type it in, guys. Just give me 1 second. All right, guys. So I'm going to put it up on the screen. What's the final offer from the owners? There it is right there, guys. I'm going to explain it because I had to fit it in. So the final offer, according to Jeff Passan, the CBT for the first 3 years, according to the owners, are going to be $220 million, with the fourth year being 224 and the fifth year being 230 million. So they didn't change that CBT offer, but the penalties are the same they would be from the last CBA. The pre-arb pool, the owners went up $5 million from $25 million to $30 million. Also, they increased by $25,000 the minimum salary that they were asking for 675. They increased to 700,000 and increased to not 10 million, $10,000 increase per year over the next 5 years. Let me just fix that. Okay, there we go. So a 10K increase in minimum salary each of the next 5 years. So it would start off this year at 700,000, and over the next 5 years it will go up to 750,000. So that's the final offer, the take it or leave it deal that has just been sent to the players. It is in the players' hands right now to accept the deal or not. We wait. So I'm just going to check the comments, guys, until we wait. Got Dodgers fans now. John, the source that I got it from, what I just put, was from Jeff Passan. Yes, sports. They just sent the offer. The final offer is on your screen right now. If you're not looking at the screen, you're working or whatever you're doing, I'm going to repeat it again. The final offer from the owners is this: the competitive balance tax for the first 3 years, the owners didn't change it. It's at 220 for the next 3 years. Year 4, it goes up to 224. Year 5, 230. With the penalties being the same as they were in the last CBA. The next part, pre-arbitration pool bonus money. The owners raised it $5 million from $25 million to $30 million. And the minimum salary, they raised $25,000 from $675 to $700,000 with a $10,000 increase per year over the next 5 years, which it will increase in the 5th year at $750,000. So the owners didn't budge on the CBT. They kept it the same, but they moved on the pre-arb pool and the minimum salary pool. So here we go. And also, Jesse Rogers just posted with that final offer, the league was based on they put this final offer as with the 12-team postseason and 5 lottery slots in the draft. So the 5 worst teams get in the lottery. So there you go, guys. That is the entire package going to the players at the moment. Let me just add that to the original thing. All right, guys. So there it goes. Everything that's in the final offer is right on your screen. I just added the 5-team draft lottery. The worst 5 teams in the league are in that draft lottery for the number 1 pick. And the owners put in the 12-team playoff. So they backed off of the 14 team playoff to put the 12 in there. So I believe the players asked for 7 teams, and I think the owners kept it at 5. So here we are, guys. We're just waiting for the player side to see what they do. Yeah, I don't know what's what Strowman tweets because I don't see it. He didn't block me on Instagram yet, so Victor, I'm not sure. I don't know. It's okay, cool. You know, we're all fans here. We got Orioles fans, Phillies fans, Guardians fans, fans from everywhere. We got Dodger fans, Padres fans, everywhere. We got everybody, but we're all united today, guys, to get the deal done. That's why we're here. Baseball fans are united for probably the only time in baseball history. When the season starts, we get to curse each other out and be at each other's throats. All right, so I see a lot of comments rolling in. MJ talk. Oh, the Yankees are going to be in on Freeman, no doubt about it. They need a first baseman. I don't know if they're willing to trade their prospects for Olsen, so they have to be on Freeman. Victor, Mets fan since 62. That's awesome. Yeah, well, you know what? I think if they hear a little bit of good news from the players' side, I think they'll extend it past 5 o'clock. I don't know how hard the deadline is, but I think the deal needs to be done tonight. I don't think they're going further. I don't think the owners are going to extend it again. But I think it's a decent deal. Let's see. Ryan Miller says it's not happening. Yes, sports. If you look at the screen, or I just said it a couple of times, I'll say it one more time while we wait for the players' answer. The final offer from the players, guys, listen up. Final offer from the owners to the players starts off with this: 12-team playoff, 5-team draft lottery, minimum salary of $700,000 with an increase each year of $10,000 over the next 5 years, going all the way up to $750,000. Pre-arb pool, $30 million. CBT is exactly what it was from the offer before. $220 million for the next 3 years. 4th year, 224. 5th year, 230. That is your final offer, guys. It's on the screen if you can see, and I just repeated it again. Yeah, Techman, exactly. They already got a lot what they wanted, guys. They're not going to get everything they want. Like at this point, they got almost everything they asked for, except for the increase in CBT. So they need to take this deal. They do. Yeah, Renfro for Jackie Bradley. That's crazy. Roseo Santiago, absolutely. End this damn locket. Ranger fan here. We got Ranger fan now. Look at this, guys. We're getting all over the map. West Coast, Midwest, East Coast, all over. Yeah, the players already got what they wanted. They need to take this deal. No, Curry, it is not a. It's not. Look, it's not a great deal, but everything they asked for, besides the service time and the CBT, they got everything else increased and closer to what they wanted. They need to take this deal. Gonna refresh Twitter. 6 minutes ago, they just showed Rob Manfred walking over, so who knows? Let's see. All right, so Bob Nightingale just tweeted, once the union formally responds and bearing a stunning surprise, MLB is expected to make their official announcement of a delay to the 2022 season. So here we go, guys. So John Heyman just tweeted, players are expected to vote no on the best and final MLB proposal. So, uh-oh. So it's not good, guys. At the moment, it doesn't seem like the players are going to accept this deal. And then there will be an announcement from the owners or the league of the delay of the 2022 season. Daily Mets coverage, how you doing? Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to reject it, guys. But they already won this. That's what I don't understand. All right, I'm just checking everybody's comments. Sports, I'm doing okay. I'm not really happy with the tweets about they might actually not approve say yes to this deal. So yeah, the CVT did go up from 214, so they moved up a little bit. Like I said, they moved over to the player side almost on everything. So the only thing that they didn't get was service time at this point. We got Rays fan here, we got a White Sox fan here, but baseball fans are united today. But it really doesn't mean much of what we think at this point. It's just a matter of, will the players think it would benefit them to say yes? I just don't know. Yeah, universal DH is in no matter what. The DH is in. Well, I don't think the owners are going to break the union. It's almost impossible. Oh, I didn't see a Marlins fan on here, but we got a lot of we got Dodgers fan, Padres fans, Cardinals fans, Rays fans. What else we got here? Cubbies. We got a lot of teams here. About 10 fans of teams here. Well, Nicholas, because the owners actually move towards the players. Here's the problem: the players want everything they asked for, and they're not stupid. They know they're not going to get everything in this negotiation, in this new CBA. out of like the 8 core things, they're already getting like 6 of them, and everything was increased. They're getting over $125,000 over the minimum salary, what it was before, from 575 to 700,000. The CBT, they even went up $6 million. It's not a lot, but they went up. They got the DH. They didn't want the 14-team playoff. The owners went down to 12 teams. The draft pick compensation pick is going on the wayside. The draft lottery, there's going to be 5 teams. The players got almost everything they asked for. So again, the players at this point are asking for way too much. And there's a pretty good chance that they're not going to agree to this final offer. So I don't know, guys. But we'll see. Just refreshing Twitter right now, guys, just to see if we hear the news. So I'm watching Cotton and Roberts right now as well. I'm just listening to the Cotton and Roberts right now. See what they're saying. So nothing yet. Yeah, no problem, Webbs. I'm glad some people actually listen, because that would have been really annoying. So that they basically pay for something you can't even use. Got an Orioles fan in. There we go. All right, refreshing Twitter again, guys. Yeah, Danny Ambriano said an interesting tweet. He says the players shouldn't simply say no. They should do a final offer, or they should do another counter and see if the owners budge and make them say no. That's true. Just keep refreshing Twitter to see if we can get anything, guys. Yeah, it's not looking good, guys. I try, guys. I try to bring some positive energy, get all the baseball fans united, and well, again, they don't care about us, guys. They don't care about its fans. It's it sucks. Braves fan. Okay, here we go. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Please hit on that like button. We're here waiting for the player's final answer, if it's a yes or a no on the final deal, coming from the owners. So let's see. Oh boy. Nothing's official yet, guys, but the offer is on the screen that the owners offered the players their final offer. I mean, if it was a clear cut no, it would have probably been said already, but maybe they're discussing certain things. I don't know. The representatives of the players right now, they should be looking at this as a win for the CBA. They got almost everything they asked for, Yes, it wasn't the exact amount that they asked for some things, but they got most of what they wanted. And how do you think the minimum salary players feel right now? They're getting $125,000 increase in their salary. They're the ones that should be fighting for this deal because they're getting 700K and they're getting an increase in raises every year. They're the ones that are probably making a fuss right now within this meeting. Yeah, JC, I understand that, but there's a lot of fans that are gonna go. What they're gonna lose is the casual fan. The big, all the leagues, all the professional sports leagues makes their money from the casual fans. They make a lot of their money from the casual fans. You lose them, it's gonna be very hard to recover from that. And we saw that during the 94th season after they striked over the last couple of years before the home run race with McGuire and Sosa. Karen, what you missed was the owners gave the new proposal, the final proposal, and it's possible that the players are probably going to say no, but they haven't said no yet. Just give me a second, guys. Just trying to get Wardy into the stream. Sometimes, for some reason, the link is not really working well, but we'll see. Let me just try that again. All right. So what we're waiting for right now is the answer from the players. All right, so we're gonna get Hayden on in 15 minutes. He should be ready to go to come up. Yeah, I got Carton and Roberts on right now. For some reason, they're talking to Nick Cannon. I have no idea why, but I have SNY on right now, just waiting for Baseball Night in New York at 6. But like I said, I think it's a good sign that the players didn't really say anything yet, so they are going over something. But I'm gonna refresh Twitter again, guys. All right, so let's see who tweeted. So Dan Zimborski of Fangraph said the big question is whether they keep talking or if they don't even meet at the table for a month. Well, we'll see. Yep, that's actually what's going on. It seems like there's a couple of things. Ben Nicholson, where the hell did we go? Hold on. Yeah. That's nothing really as of yet. So we're just there's it seems like people are thinking that they're gonna say no to this. Yep, we're just waiting. Just waiting for somebody to say no or yes. You know, it seems like the players are still talking about it. You know, if they really didn't, it was 100% no, they would have said it already. So, you know, they're probably talking to all the players right now, or many of the players, getting what's going on around the table, and we'll just wait and see. Again, these reporters been wrong before, guys. Remember, some of them were saying people, you know, that nothing was really getting done, and all of a sudden things started to happen. So don't take the reporters for what it's worth yet, because they don't know either. They're just, the owners and the players are in their rooms right now. Nobody came out yet or said anything. All right, so there's a couple of other things that was in this offer as well. Other items in MLB offer, according to Mark Feinsand: universal DH, option limit of 5 per season, 12-team postseason increase in pension payments to retired players, and improvements to healthcare benefits for players and family. $23 million plus in additional amateur spending. So that's the other stuff that's in the deal as well. Unmasking, I know. They should get a deal done. I think they, not saying that this deal is great, but I don't understand what else the players are expecting. The owners moved in their direction more than anybody thought they would. I didn't even think that they were going to move the owners much at all. And almost everything that they talked about, the players wanted, and they wanted the owners to move in their side. The owners moved. I'm not saying they went right to their asking price, but guess what, guys? They went up $125,000 in minimum salary. The pre-arb pool, I can see them being a little pissed about, but it's not the end of the world. Like, I don't understand why they're going so hard on the luxury tax, because the penalties are going to be the same as the last CBA. So the same teams that are going to spend money are the same teams that are always going to spend money. So as long as the penalties stay the same teams are going to spend money. I don't see the Pittsburgh Pirates going to spend money because there's no penalties. Doesn't make sense. Oh boy. But let's see what we got. Still nothing yet. Just refreshing Twitter. Matt Eo, MLB owners clearly don't want to pay their players, so just make it a salary cap league. But then the Pirates, A's, Marlins of the world couldn't get away with a $40 million payroll. Ah, Lord, guys, this really sucks. I'm just gonna put that up there now. That we are waiting for the answer of the MLBPA of the owner's final offer. Some reporters already said that it's looking like it's possible no, but again, nothing's been said yet, guys. Nothing has been 100% concrete yet. Yes, there was some reports from a couple of reporters that it seems like that it's probably going to be a no, but they already had this deal for about a half hour now, and they haven't came out and said no. So maybe they are discussing, hey, maybe this is the best option. You know, would these players risk losing a month of salary or maybe longer if they don't take this deal? This deal is not great, but it's a pretty damn good deal from what anybody expected the players were going to get. Hyped? I don't know, man. We'll see. Just refreshing Twitter. Yep. Still nothing concrete yet, guys. There's been a few rumblings from reporters about the players saying no to the final offer, but nothing's concrete yet. They haven't said nothing yet. Mets Police is not a reporter, guys. I follow him too, but Mets Police is not in the know. Look for the real people that we know. MLB Network did just say it, but we'll see. Wait for the tweets to come out from the guys who are actually on the ground. Again, nobody tweeted yet, guys. We're just waiting for the confirmation, guys. Again, guys, they have not confirmed anything yet. The players still have the offer. Just because you heard a couple of rumors that the players are probably saying no doesn't mean the players are expected to vote no. That was John Heyman. Expected. But we've heard things that reporters put that was completely wrong. We don't know what's said in the meeting right now with the players. Again, the players' side is talking to other players to get their voice. So you got to remember, they can still vote yes. We don't know. Nobody really tweeted since that tweet that about a half hour ago about expected to say no. That's not a guarantee. It's not concrete, guys. So Ben Nicholson, this was about 4 o'clock. Players felt it's over. Basically, nothing about MLB's last and best offer was acceptable, which is ridiculous. Of course it is. But okay, guys, Jeff Passan just tweeted bad news. MLB PA players agreed unanimously not to accept MLB's final proposal, and there will be no deal on a new CBA before MLB's 5 p.m. deadline, sources tell ESPN. MLB has threatened to cancel its March 31st opening day without a new deal. So there's probably going to be something. So I don't understand how they were from since 3 a.m. going through all these things to figure things out, and all of a sudden it went downhill. So I don't know, guys. So all right, guys. So I put this up here right now, so everybody sees that in the stream right now. MLBPA unanimously voted no on final offer from players. Tweeted from Jeff Passan. So there you have it, guys. I don't know if it's done or not. I don't know if the owners are gonna do something. I don't know. So, people thinking, oh, why aren't the players going to counter? It seems like when the players counted, the owners counted as well. But I don't know. But we'll see, guys. It's just unfortunate, guys. This is terrible. Well, I don't know. Smart. I mean, I'm not saying this was a great deal, but they really went into the players' side a lot more than I thought was possible. I didn't think the owners were going this far at all with the offer. I think the CBT is a little unfortunate, but again, the CBT, the the amount of the CBT is pointless because the penalties are going to be the same as the last CBA. So it's just like, wait a second. It makes no sense. The same teams that are going to spend a lot of money and go over the luxury tax are the same teams no matter if there's penalties or not. The Kansas City Royals, the Pittsburgh Pirates are not spending $220 million. So I don't understand why the players are so fixated on those numbers. The big teams are going to spend the money. It's always been like that, even when there was no luxury tax penalties. When you were just allowed to spend any money you want, there was still only 5 or 6 teams that went and spend a lot of money. There was never 10, 15 teams that were spending $200 million. It never was happening. So the amount of the CBT makes no sense of why they're so pissed off about that. The penalties are staying the same as the CBA. You're still going to get around the 5 or 6 teams that like to spend money and don't care about the penalties, do it anyway. So it's just, look, the players asked for a lot. They got most of what they asked for. Not all of it, but I don't understand why they expected to get everything done in one CBA. Because the owners didn't get everything done in one CBA. It took them 10 years, 2 CBAs to get everything they want. You can't get everything you want in the one agreement. You just can't. Lord, guys. But at the end of the day, guys, the owners can go back to their mansions. The players can go back into their nice cars and their big houses. And we get screwed because we don't have baseball. So they can still get money from their endorsements and all their commercials and their revenue streaming with the owners and their other companies while we go to work, come home expecting baseball at 7 o'clock, and we don't get it. So we get screwed the most as fans, and they get to live their perfect little lives no matter if there's games played or not. So there you go. So screw the effing players, screw the effing owners. None of them made a big effort to make this deal get done. None of them. I don't want nobody to say anything about that. The players and the owners didn't want to get a deal done. Nobody pushed far enough to get a deal done. That's it. That is it. I don't give a damn if you agree with the players or the owners. It's both effing greed on both sides. If you look at the proposals, the players asked for a lot. The players asked for a lot. The owners, which nobody expected, move a lot of their issues and money and core economic issues, they move towards the players. When did the players ask for anything different? They never budged, the players. The players never gave an offer that was worth looking at from the owners. The players never moved on the minimum salary of $775. They never thought about the 14-team playoff. They wanted 12. They wanted increase in minimum salary of $775. They didn't move from that. The owners went all the way to $700,000 with increases every year for the next 5 years, going all the way up to $750,000. They were giving them the DH. They were giving them a draft lottery, which helped teams from tanking, which it's not going to. So whatever the players tell you that that's going to work, they're fooling themselves because they're not making no sense. I'm not saying the owners are not at fault. They are. But the bullcrap with the CBT and the players is nonsense. And I'm going to tell you why. The CBT, no matter what the luxury tax is, if it's $220, the same teams, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, are the only teams, maybe one or two others, that will ever go over $200 million, no matter if there's penalties or not. No matter what. Do you think, let me ask you something, guys. When there was no luxury tax 10 years ago, 15 years ago, did you see the Royals spending $200 million? Did you see the Pirates spend $200 million? Did you see the Guardians spend $200? Do you see the Marlins, the Rays, the Orioles go over $200 million? No. So that CBT the players are asking for is an absolute joke because they know there is no more teams that are going to spend more money because there's a luxury tax that's a little higher. The penalties were going to remain the same. Just because the number is at 220 does not mean that more teams are going to go over that amount because there's no penalties. And making it at 238, what does that do? It makes the same 6 teams spend more money. But that whole tanking thing that the players don't want is going to remain because the players, the teams that never spend, don't spend anyway. So no matter what, the players are acting like this is all on their own thing, that they don't think that they asked for anything that was unreasonable, which it was. Were the owners a little stingy? Yes, but there was nobody, any of you guys, including myself, thought that the owners were going to move as closely as they did to asking of what the players wanted. They moved a lot more than any of us thought. And the players took that as they don't think it's fair. This is on both sides. Both sides are a problem, guys. We know that. But look at the proposals and tell me that who moved at all in this negotiation? The owners. The players did not move. That's just simple. Let me ask you something, guys. Did any player talk about the guaranteed contracts they get, even if they suck? Oh, no, we can't talk about that, right? When Jason Bay is shitting it all over the place and can't even put the bat on the ball, he still got every penny from his contract, right? Giancarlo Stanton, who is a joke and got a huge contract, done nothing for the Yankees except for last year. He gets every penny, right? Francisco Lindor, the $330 million man. He played terrible last year. Did he deserve the money he got? No. That's the problem, guys. That's the bigger problem. Why don't nobody speak about that? Why is that not a talking point? The owners are greedy. Absolutely. The players are greedy. We know that. But if you're going to say that, oh, they're not billionaires versus millionaires because a lot of the players don't make $1 million, fine. I'm sorry. I'm not crying. I'm not going to make them cry poor for making $575,000 a year when the average person in this country makes $50,000 a year. F all of them, guys. They're all a joke. All a joke. Stop picking one side and know that both sides are greedy and they're absolutely a joke. Absolutely a joke. So I'm going to look at all you guys' contracts, guys. They absolutely ruin baseball, both sides, because they don't give a damn about us. But God knows they want us to pay them high prices, right? It's bullcrap, guys. Bullcrap. Absolute joke, guys. So Jesse Rogers just tweeted, when I say best and final offer means for this 9-day session in Florida. Obviously, it won't be the last one, but just the last one for now, whatever that means. See, this doesn't make sense. Ken Rosenthal tweeted, one leader called the league's proposal a slap in the face, saying owners want players to lose pay. How? They increased the minimum salary to $125,000. The competitive balance tax was at $220 for the next 3 years. Once again, guys, the same 5 or 6 teams are gonna spend a lot of money, probably over $200. No other team does it anyway. So no matter if there's penalties or not, they're not doing it. So players are gonna get paid. Why did Max Scherzer at 37 years old get $40 million from the Mets? I mean, come on, guys. Look at the bigger picture here. Not saying the owners are at fault. There's certain things they could do better. But that's an MLB that's a league MLB league's proposal. Sorry, that is the one player leader that is not paying attention or is just out of his mind. Who's losing money? The first year players are going to get $700,000 and 10 years increase every year over the next 5 years. I mean, come on. And for all the people, all the fans that talk about, oh, the players don't make enough money, but yet they're the same fans when a player gets a contract and like, how can you overspend for him? Every one of these players are overpaid. The first year player at $575,000 are overpaid. Okay? I don't want to hear anybody crying poor at all. All right? How about this? Give us $575,000 to play a game. And who's going to complain? They freaking ruined baseball. I see Hayden's coming up on the stream in a few seconds. I'm just going to put my headphones in so he can I can hear him. Just give me a second, guys.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Hayden. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing well.
Yeah. Not good news, buddy.
Very, very, very frustrating. I mean, just the positive momentum they had going last night, and then less than 24 hours later, everything completely goes downhill. And you know, as of right now, I really am just stunned with no words. I mean,
Yeah,
I
agree.
Beyond triggered with the owners, and I am beyond triggered with the Players Association. I mean, we know the agents were really unhappy with the Super Twos. You know, the players were on 22%. The owners were on 22%, and then the Players Union wanted 100%. And you know, as of right now, I'll give this to the owners. They gave up a lot. with the DH,
exactly.
the CBT, not having any penalties, them being the same, I think you mentioned, the draft lottery, and much more. And now I think this is the time where the players say, you know what? You worked with us, we'll work with you.
Exactly.
I just don't know how they went from this to that. And I think the biggest question coming ahead is, what's the future? Do you get federal involvement? Do you have, I mean, this is the first time since 1995 where games are going to be canceled. I cannot picture March 31st being opening day. So are we going to, as of right now, both of these sides, they're not doing anything. You clearly need a third party. Listen, say whatever you want about federal involvement, but I think that is the best choice right now. And the Players Association declined it twice. I just cannot picture how else they're going to get this resolved. I mean, are they going to be going back to New York and back to their lives for 2 weeks and then reconvene? I mean, if that's the case, then hey, I'll see Pete Alonso and DeGrom in June. This is an absolute joke. I mean, we know that they wanted the Biden administration to get involved. They wanted Marty Walsh, the Secretary of Labor, to literally get involved in this, and they declined it twice. And honestly, I think federal involvement would be the best thing as of right now. I think that federal judges, we saw in 1995, Sonia Sotomayor, who is currently on the Supreme Court of the United States, she was then a federal judge in 1995, and she issued a preliminary injunction on the owners saying that they will currently go on the current CBA, and in the meantime, they will negotiate. And as of right now, do you go on that? But then the players are just going to strike. So regardless, I really think both sides are just complete garbage. Everyone says, oh, but the owners locked them out. Okay, if there was no lockout, they would just strike. So you would have a lockout or a strike? I'd rather a lockout. Well, yeah, I don't know what I would rather. I mean, a strike, that's really iffy, and especially, combining terms again with the owners, that's iffy. I just got home from work, so I'm trying to catch up on all this. I mean, I thought it was fake tweets that it was going bad. I was like, no, it's not. Literally, best friends.
Yeah, so I got the offer on what they talked about.
Okay,
on the screen.
First 3 years, so they didn't go up at all in the CBT for the first 2 years.
No. But I think the players expected that, though. But you know what I was explaining to everybody on the stream right now was that it's the same 5 or 6 teams that are either ever going to go over $200 million. Just because there's penalties and a luxury tax, I don't see the Pittsburgh Pirates spending $200 million because there's no penalties. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to me. The players are going insane with the CBT, but I don't think they realize that the Rays and the Marlins, the Pirates, the Guardians, they're not going to go over $200 million. So who cares about what the CBT is when the same teams are going to be the ones spending the money? There's no difference in that. And, I understand with the pre-arb pool, they were very far apart in that. So I can understand to keep one thing like the pre-arb pool, one of the bigger sticking points was, okay, I get it, but it's one thing. Out of all the things the players asked for, it seemed like the owners moved to the player side a lot more than the players moved. I mean, look at the minimum salary, $700,000 with an increase of $10,000 every year over the next 5 years. I mean, that's not bad. They moved up $125,000 when nobody expected the owners to move anywhere close to what the players were asking for in any of these issues. And the owners did. When did you hear a proposal where the players moved on almost everything towards the owners? They never moved on the minimum salary of $775. They never moved on the service time. They wanted 3 or 4 years, but they weren't getting that. They weren't going to give the owners 14 teams. So the owner said, okay, we'll give you 12 teams. And they did that too. The players wanted a draft lottery. They were giving them that too. So I don't know what else the players were looking for. And now I'm just sitting here like, how is the deal going to get done? Like you said, without a mediator? Because it's not. They're not negotiating anymore. I don't even know how much they were negotiating at all now, even the last 9 days. It's just frustrating. We missed spring training. We were supposed to be having a party at Port St. Lucie. We didn't have that. opening days, like I might even have to go to work. I'm gonna get all my money back for season tickets, all the money I spent. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I think we're gonna lose at least a month of baseball, at the very least.
Yeah, I mean it's really seeming like that. I am kind of boycotting in some sense. I canceled my MLB TV subscription because I live in Florida. So everyone was telling me, on my channel, Hayden, you really got to go down to Jupiter. I live 45 minutes away from Jupiter, which is where the meetings are being held. So I think they definitely need, some Hayden presence to definitely get something done. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I really question how many games we're going to miss. And I mean, I'm pretty sure you said this. I've said this on my channel a million times. And I think we're all thinking it is that MLB cannot afford a shortened season or an unknown game season. 2020 was a disaster. Listen, I gave MLB some slack. 2020, Manfred, they couldn't control that. That was the state and federal involvement. They couldn't control that. Even if they did, something would have it would have ended bad for them. They had no control over that. Now they do have control. There's no COVID restrictions. There's no whatever you want to say. In 2020, that was supposed to be arguably one of the best years of baseball, in my opinion. I mean, not so much as a Mets fan, but I know so many people, Yankees, Phillies fans. Just the game evolved so much that year that 2020 was supposed to make it like crazy. And then 2020 just brought it down completely. And now you are facing that same risk. I mean, you look at the past lockdown in 1994, 1995, when you missed a lot, the fan base decreased like crazy.
Yep.
I mean, I cannot imagine how they're going to get these fans back. I mean, the casuals, the casuals are going to go, but the diehards like you, myself, who are into deep, analysis and stuff, will stay. We love the game with the passion, but the casuals who go for whatever reason, they're not going to be interested in this anymore. They're going to say, oh, they're fighting, or, oh, there's no game. Whatever. Maybe I'll catch one next year. Because, usually in May or June, a lot of people like to go. The summer is a time, sure. But, I mean, they're going to have to bring back the juice ball. I mean, like you said in your stream a couple days, like you said in your stream a couple days ago, it took steroids and a home run race to get baseball back on its track. I mean, they suspended steroids, so who knows? But no, that's not going to happen. I mean, you're going to have to... You're going to have to bring back the juice ball. I mean, as of right now, I mean, I know a lot of things have been non-core economic. And I mean, hey, let's talk about, a lot of things have been core economic. Getting into some of the non-core economic stuff, there has definitely been some interesting stuff. I know the DH, that was kind of solidified a couple weeks ago, but I mean, honestly, I'm much down to the designated hitter spot. Maybe a year ago today at this time, I was against the DH, but honestly, with the whole DeGrom shenanigans and I know with Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks, I just don't feel comfortable having, pitchers hit. And, especially, with our current catching situation with McCann not being a productive hitter, I'd much rather have a DH. And you have so much flexibility in this Mets lineup. So why not go for it? You have Dom Smith, you have JD Davis, you have Robinson Cano. You have an outside option, whether that's a Kyle Schwarber or Castellanos. So like for the DH, 12 season, postseason, whatever that is. I don't know if is that official or because I know they never signed.
They agreed upon the 12-team playoffs, the DH, and basically that's it. But like they went into 3:00 in the morning yesterday. Like, what did they talk about? Because clearly everything in the final offer, the players said no to unanimously. So I just don't understand. Like, I don't see anything in this deal except for the CBT and the pre-arb pool where I could say, okay, that seems like that's a little messed up. I feel like the CBT could be a little higher from the owners. But like I was saying earlier, the CBT, I don't think should be a major issue for the players because 6 or 7 teams are the ones that are going to spend the most money no matter what. Now, if they're didn't want to sign this because of the pre-arb pool, I get that. They were very far apart, like $70 million apart. So I understand that. But when the players got everything else that they asked for, I just don't know. Like, there's going to be problems. Like, are we risking the entire season? Could it be that bad? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's really not looking good. And I mean this morning I saw a tweet. I forgot who it was from. I'm trying to pull it up, but I mean they were so close. I mean on pre-arb they were what was it, like 10,000 difference? I think something, or 15,000. They were at like, I think they were the players were at 700 and the
75.
union 675.
Yeah.
Call it 680. 683, 685. Call it a day. I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. The CBT, I was very worried about that. I mean, that was the first thing that I said is going to determine if this lockout ends, is the CBT.
But it does see that there's other things that they're more pissed off about than the CBT. I know the CBT is bad, but it seems like there's other things that they're not happy about.
The international draft pick, did they get locked? They didn't get that locked down yet, did they?
I don't think they didn't really talk about that. I guess they maybe agreed upon it and just didn't say anything. But I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like I get the CBT can be annoying, but isn't it at 214 now? Was that the CBT tax?
Correct.
Yeah. So they went up $6 million. Yes, they're keeping it the same over 3 years, but they did go up $6 million, and they kept the penalties the same as the last CBA. So it's not bad. It got better. I mean, it's not great, because the players asked for the first year of being at 238 and then increase over the next 5 years, $6 million each year. So, and that was going all the way up to 250 million over the 5th year. So, the players were asking for 238 this year, and the owners kept it at 220. So, but we know who's the real problem. It's the small market owners who are the majority in this situation.
And that is the big issue. Like, besides Hal Steinbrenner, I mean, who else did you really have there that actually goes out and spend? I mean, when you have the Rockies owner, I don't know his name by heart, all you need to say is Nolan Arenado and maybe a couple other names, and that is exactly why he shouldn't even be sitting at that table. And I mean, like you said before, a lot of these small market teams, they haven't spent in the last 10 years. So what's going to make them spend now?
Exactly.
As of right now, it's just beyond frustrating. And overall, I guess just the biggest frustration is this has been going on since December 2nd. And I'm guessing now, as of last week, literally last Monday, is when they had a sense of urgency. December 2nd is when the lockout started. You're telling me you went from December 2nd to what was it last week, like the 18th or the 20th, with no sense of urgency, no rush. I mean, They didn't start meeting until halfway. I mean, we're at day 90 of the lockout. They didn't start meeting until day 40, day 45, day 50. I mean, listen, it's just for the first month and for the first month and a half, the first 2 months, they were not doing anything, which is just completely arbitrary.
And that's the owners. That's the owners' fault on that.
And that is the owners. I will admit, and that's when I said I blame the owners, I'll admit that was a little bit on them. But I mean, as of right now, I don't know what to say. I mean, I was not prepared for anything like this to go down. I thought they were gonna honestly be on, to an extent, the same page. And, I didn't think they'd get a deal by 5, but I was hoping it'd kind of be like last night. And, I mean, I'm looking at Twitter. I mean, all the players are upset. I mean, Jonathan India, Alex Wood, who I'm going to block in 2 seconds. Apparently that dude's he knows what's best, but I have no idea.
I just don't get. I just don't know, because like I just don't know what they were doing the whole entire. They went back. The owners went back to the player side 18 times in total yesterday. So you telling me they didn't agree to nothing that was just in this proposal? Like, again, if the player side said, all right, out of these, 6 things in this proposal, you like 2 of them, negotiate the other 4. Just don't walk away and say that's it on both sides. So I just don't know. But I think the owners gave a pretty fair offer.
I'd say so. I'm just, I mean, I've been refreshing Twitter like crazy. I'm just trying to see what exactly, besides the CBT, what went wrong. Because like you said, I mean, the owners and the players, they gave so much, not so much the players, but the owners give so much, leverage on their side. What went wrong besides the CBT? And that's what I don't understand. And I mean, right now, tomorrow, it's not going to look pretty. I mean, It's March. It's officially the month that Major League Baseball was supposed to start. I mean, I know you and I, from the personal side, we were supposed to all meet up with the 7 line, go watch the Mets and Astros in spring training. And now what do we get? Now fans, get to sit at home with just not knowing what's going to happen next for Major League Baseball. I mean, are like I said, are these guys going to go back to wherever they're from, sit for 2 weeks, pull the bull crap they've been doing, and then say, oh, it's March 25th, let's meet? I mean, the clock is ticking, and like I said, they haven't fully announced if games have been delayed yet. I mean,
Manfred has a press conference at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, he's probably going to tweet out then.
I don't know. Look, the owners and the players, they're killing baseball. It's just that simple. We were gonna meet up in Port St. Lucie, like you were saying. We were gonna do live streams and everything like that. We were gonna plan to do that. Obviously we didn't talk about it much because we weren't sure if we were gonna do it at all because of the lockout. But we kind of had ideas of what we were going to do. Live streams, do a video, stuff like that. And you know what? Nobody really cares about me and you officially, but like with our channels, whoever does baseball stuff, there's nothing to talk about now.
Yeah.
Like, how bad is it going to be without content for the next month and a half if nothing happens for a while? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the only content we basically had was our opinions based on what the Mets were going to do and the lockout. That was it. So, I mean, honestly, it's going to hurt. It's not just hurting the fans with going to games, traveling around the country. It's going to hurt a lot of people that some people make a living doing this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not everybody, but some people do, that make a living on YouTube. And without baseball, they don't have a lot of content. They might have content for the next week, going over the CBT and going over the offer and saying whose fault it is. But honestly, the content's going to suck. And that's just the honest truth.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've been mainly on my channel. I mean, I've really just been doing live streams and people would drop comments, questions, Q&A, should the Mets do this? What's your favorite ballpark? Stuff like that, because what is there to talk about? I mean, I got over enough semantics and hypotheticals. When is the lockout going to end? When is the lockout going to end? I mean, at this rate, I really don't know. And I mean, that's really, I guess, the main question everyone's going to be asking on all these streams now. And just as of right now, I mean, I think it's a little disappointing that MLB and the owners, they put a deadline for the 28th and then extended it. I was kind of hoping that the players would cave a little bit because of that. And like I said before, like the things I listed, the owners, they gave up a fair amount. The players, maybe not as much. So, I was hoping we can get to a deal today. As of right now, yeah, I mean, and like you said, I mean, I don't know what went wrong from 3 a.m. till when they started meeting today. I mean, and that was my biggest concern. That is why I wanted them to meet until 5 a.m. because we know in 1995 when the lockout ended, it ended at like 5:45 in the morning. Yeah. So, I knew as soon as they were to leave, they were going to have a change of heart. The tensions would be different. The attitude would be different. And that's why as soon as I woke up and I saw they left, I was like, yep, something's going to go wrong. And it did. And I think it's an absolute embarrassment. I don't see any other sport having this issue besides hockey 10 years ago, whatever. Every sport finds a way to take a step forward where the MLB is going backwards 2 steps. Yep, and, exactly. We look at a lot of other sports. I mean, I really just follow, baseball and football for the most part, but so many other sports, their viewership is going up crazy. Yep.
Even hockey's been going up over the last couple of years. Viewership has going up. The league has got more exciting. More teams are making the playoffs and becoming good. There's a competitive balance within the league. And MLB is just stagnant. And they're not better in the game. Not playing baseball doesn't help kids want to play baseball. If you're not playing, kids are not going to go outside. Like, it's not the 90s anymore. In 94 and 95, yes, they lost a lot of fans. But nowadays, the problem that they don't understand is that there's so much more stuff to do. There's streaming apps. There's other sports that are easily available on TV. In the 90s, there wasn't much except for basketball, hockey. There wasn't a lot of stuff that you can do except play outside or go shopping. Nowadays, you have so much stuff on your that you can do nowadays that you can easily put your attention to something else if you're not a diehard like us. And it's just that simple. They're not gonna get back the casual fan. And I said this earlier in my stream that the casual fan makes a ton of money for every professional sport. Like, why do you think MSG is always filled when the Knicks been terrible for 20 years? Because the casual fans see MSG as the thing to do for that night. In baseball, it's already a regional sport. Some people might get tickets from their job. Some people just might say, hey, I'll buy tickets for tonight. There ain't nothing else to do. Let me go. These fans are not going to blink an eye for having no baseball. We're the ones that are going to be complaining because we like baseball. I bought skins for my PS5 because I love baseball so much. Like, I mean, this is what we do. This is what we love. It's an absolute joke. And anybody who is on, you can pick a side, that's fine. But at the end of the day, nobody really made a big enough stride to get a deal done. One day, they stood 12 plus hours in the meetings when Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. They did not stay anywhere past 6 o'clock on any of those days through the 9 days of meetings. Not one time did they go past 6 o'clock to meet. But Sunday, because there was a deadline, they met until 3 a.m. So who are they fooling? And both sides. If they really wanted to get a deal done, which honestly, I don't think either side wanted to get a deal done. Honestly. Monday through Saturday, every day the meeting ended at 6 o'clock or a little bit after 6 o'clock. So they're not fooling nobody, acting like both sides tried. Because yes, they kind of made an effort, but they didn't make enough efforts to get this deal done. And it's a problem on both sides. And both sides are to blame 100%. And you know what you're going to get? You're going to get tweets from players. You're going to get tweets from probably the commissioner and probably tweets from MLB office staff blaming both sides. When at the end of the day, it's both their faults. And that's the only thing that we can do now is just wait until somebody folds and takes the offer.
Yeah, I mean, like you kind of just said, how the game is really trying to attract, new fans. There's so many casuals, and I mean, Major League Baseball relies on casuals. I mean, unfortunately, the casuals outnumber, the diehards for the most part. And MLB, I know in the past, Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball has been wanting to get the viewership up. They've been wanting to, engage in a wider audience and I guess attract new fans to this game. And do you really think this is going to help? Absolutely not. It's going to make it a lot worse because, I think you mentioned this in your stream a couple of days ago. My grandparents and my friends who don't really care much for baseball come up to me and say, hey, what's going on with the lockout? And I try explaining it to them and like, oh, what's a CBT? What's a luxury, tax? What teams spend money? What teams don't? These guys make enough money, yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
And it's just, I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, last year at this time, I was pumped regardless. And, and it's crazy to think, remember when the Mets were struggling last year? And Pete Alonso said this, and he got a little bit of backlash for it. I'm not sure why, but he said, just smile because you get baseball. He was right. Regardless, I mean, when are we going to get baseball next? And I mean, that quote really sticks out to me. Just smile. He said something like, just be happy or just smile because you get baseball. And listen, I get it. The Mets were pretty crappy at that time. But, I mean, hey, I'd rather get that than sitting here in curiosity saying, are we going to have baseball in April, June?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It just sucks, right? Steve Cohen, we finally get what we wanted all these years as a Met fan. The pandemic happens.
Yep.
We don't have a full season. 2021. All right, it was good, but the owners in the other teams didn't really want to work with Steve Cohen in trades to get what he wanted, so they kind of screwed him there to get what he wanted. This year, he knew he was going to spend a lot of money, get all the players he wanted, and now who knows when the season's going to start. It's like the Mets are cursed.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, you're talking now, you get Steve Cohen and these guys that are willing to spend. I mean, Max Scherzer, 3 years on his contract. He's not 30 years old. He's what, 37, 36? I mean, that's 1 year less. I guess it has its pros and cons for DeGrom. I mean, maybe it'll let him heal more. I'm not really sure what the big issue is with Jacob DeGrom with the UCL tear.
Mm-hmm.
Go into that for hours, but I guess that's one benefit. It lets him heal it more if it is partially torn. I don't know if it is or isn't. So, I mean, maybe that's a pro, but I mean, a con, listen, I mean, you're taking years off of these guys who don't have all the time. I mean, say what you want with Robinson Cano, but I mean, Max Scherzer, Jacob DeGrom, those are big two guys. I mean, Pete Alonso, I mean, come on, the home run race. Like, dude, come on, you know, the biggest Pete Alonso fan. Like, what are we doing? Just, you know, I really don't know what to say. And it's just like, I was not expecting to come on here tonight and have this interaction with you. I was expecting to say, let's go, you know, let's get it tomorrow, tonight, you know, say Kikuchi. I don't know. But what's really interesting is I really thought the lockout was starting to end because you notice a lot of news was starting to be released. With,
the
you know,
Kikuchi news, the Freeman, all that. Yep.
Freddie Freeman. And do you really think they waited 80 days to release that? Do you think they just said, there's nothing to talk about, let's just release it? No. No. So hopefully this lockout ends soon. Whenever it ends, we're clearly going to find out what teams have been talking with guys. Like Carlos Correa to the Orioles. Do you think the Orioles have been holding on that for 80 days or 90 days? No. I mean, with Kikuchi to the Mets, Freddie Freeman to the Mets, Correa to the Orioles, stuff like that. No, it's all news. It's new news, not old news. I don't know. I mean, I was really starting to be optimistic. And now, where do we go from here? I think that's the biggest question is, when will they be meeting next? Are they going to, like I said before, are they going to branch out and go their own ways with both sides and meet for 2 weeks and try and figure something out and then, you know, go back to Florida or Texas or New York or wherever they're going to meet? I seriously don't know. I know Manfred is talking, I think, right now, actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can. I don't know with the copyright issue. I might have an issue with that. I'm not sure if that's going to work. But
what is it on, MLB Network or
MLB Network? Yeah, I think we can listen to. I think we can listen to the sound if you got it, but it's not letting me do it on my stream. I was trying to do it. It's not making me share it for some reason. But I was trying to get it on my phone to see if I can just raise the volume on it, but it's not working. I don't hear it. You don't hear it, right?
I do not.
Okay. Damn.
Just. I don't know. I mean, I could say it 2,000 more times. Just, I really do not know what to say. Nobody, like you said, I don't know what happened from last night till then. I mean, it's something else besides the CBT, and I think that's like the main chunk. That is the core of what's going on. But I mean, I get it. Maybe with some of the, you know, the arbitration, they were still questionable. But like, what else? And that's what I'm trying to figure out, but
yeah, it's frustrating because like it just seemed like it was close enough for everybody to get the deal done, and just the constant back and forth on like $2 or $3 million, which really means nothing to either side, is causing main issues with this CBA.
Yeah, I mean, just
Hayden, like you were talking about with the federal mediator, the federal courts with 94-95 strike, Dan Szymborski of Fangraph said it. The only reason why 94 and 95 strike only ended because the federal court stepped in. So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets started again. That's why I don't understand why the players' side didn't want a mediator. I mean, it couldn't hurt. I mean, nothing was going on. They were not really negotiating at that point. They should have just got the mediator just to take the emotion out of it, and maybe it would have worked. Who knows? It might have not worked, but at least they tried everything. And now it's probably going to end up being a mediator trying to figure this out now.
And then they're going to deny it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't know if there's some way where MLB could override that, but you need a third party. I mean, I don't want to run around saying this is going to be the next 94, 95, but you need an outside opinion. Whether that's Marty Walsh, the Secretary of Labor, a federal mediator from whatever. I mean, you need a third party because this clearly is not working. I mean, you had since December 2nd to figure this out. You didn't meet for the first month and a half. in the first month of January, you had like 3 meetings that were like 10 minutes long, and I don't know what they talked about. I mean, if these guys really wanted to get a deal done, and I know they want to get a deal done, but both sides are being a little stubborn on certain parts.
Yes.
If they really wanted to get a deal done, December 2nd, they would have sat down from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single, maybe Monday through Friday, and talked this out. And here we are, March 1st, saying, when will baseball start? Will there be a baseball season? And I mean, apparently, like I said, I don't know what changed from last night. The union struck on a different note today, and the narrative has changed.
Yeah, and you're probably right about them going home and probably looking at other things that got them going. That probably pissed them off somewhere. I'm not sure, but I'm trying to pull up. Yeah, it's not really working with the stream. All right. Well, I mean, I'm watching it, but I don't want to put the volume up for copyright issues. So, hearing what they're saying, I'll see, and then we'll see what happens. But let's see. I'm just checking Twitter right now. Yeah, freaking ridiculous, guys. I don't really, I mean, I actually got at some point 200 viewers on the stream, like about an hour and a half ago. Like people were really like excited. I mean, I got fans all over the country: Cardinals, Cubs, Padres, Yankees, Phillies. I think I got an Astros fan, like all over the place. Even a Rays fan that popped up. Like, I mean, I never had 200 people on a live stream like this, and people got excited, and that's it.
Then this happened, and I mean, overall, if you want my honest opinion on like hating, you have the call. What do you say should happen? I say you get federal involvement. I mean, whether you get Congress involved, who threatens MLB to take away their antitrust exemption, whether you get Secretary Marty Walsh involved, whether federal judges issue another preliminary injunction on the owners and the players.
I'm gonna put it up right now. This is Rob Manfred.
I want to assure our fans that our failure to reach an agreement
Can you guys hear it?
was not due to a lack of effort by either
party. We didn't meet for 2 months.
Players came here for 9 days. They worked
9
hard.
days. Congratulations.
They tried to make a deal, and I appreciate their effort. Our committee of club representatives committed to the process.
I'm just gonna mute
They
my
offered compromise after compromise and hung in past the deadline to make sure that we exhausted every possibility of reaching an agreement before the cancellation of games. So far, the parties have failed to achieve their mutual goal of reaching an agreement. The unfortunate thing, maybe the most unfortunate thing, is that agreement, the one we've offered to our players, offered huge benefits for our fans and for our players. We have listened to the Players Association throughout the process. A primary goal of the Players Association has been to increase pay for younger players. I said in Orlando, and I'll say it again, we agree and share that goal. We offered to raise the minimum salary to $700,000, an increase of $130,000 from last year. We offered to create an annual bonus pool of $30 million for our very best young players. In total, we're offering nearly a 33% raise to almost 2/3 of major league players, and we're adding more than $100 million annually in additional compensation for this younger player group. The proposal also addressed player and fan concerns about issues like service time and competition. Baseball would, for the first time, have a draft lottery, the most aggressive lottery in professional sports. Also, for the first time ever, we agreed to an incentive system to encourage clubs to promote top prospects on opening day. We also proposed that the first and second place finishers in Rookie of the Year voting in each league would receive a full year of service, no matter how long they were in the major leagues. The MLBPA asked us to make free agency more robust. For the first time ever, we agreed to eliminate draft pick compensation, a change that the MLBPA has sought for decades. On the competitive balance tax, we offered a significantly larger first-year increase than in the last two agreements, bearing in mind that the competitive balance tax is the only mechanism in our agreement that protects some semblance of a level playing field among the clubs. The international draft would have more fairly allocated talent among the clubs and reduced abuses in some international markets. We also listened to our fans. The expanded playoffs would bring the excitement of meaningful September baseball and postseason baseball to fans in more markets. While we preferred the 14-team format, when the format became a significant obstacle, we listened to the players' concerns and offered a compromise by accepting the 12-team format. Finally, we offered a procedural agreement that would allow for the timely implementation of sorely needed rules like the pitch timer and the elimination of shifts to improve the entertainment value of the game on the field. And we agreed to the universal DH. So what's next? The calendar dictates that we're not going to be able to play the first two series of the regular season, and those games are officially canceled. Wow. We're prepared to continue negotiations. We've been informed that the MLBPA is headed back to New York, meaning that no agreement is possible until at least Thursday. As such, camps could not meaningfully operate until at least March 8th, leaving only 23 days before the scheduled opening day. The clubs and our owners fully understand just how important it is to our millions of fans that we get the game on the field as soon as possible. To that end, we want a bargain and we want an agreement with the Players Association as quickly as possible. You gonna do them or am I? Okay, Hannah. Well, you only get one.
Okay, so it's been out there a little bit, this phrase, and I just wanted to be super clear. This is your last best and final offer. Those times are you willing to say you're at the end?
We never used the phrase last best and final offer with the union. We said to them that it was our best offer prior to the deadline to cancel games. Our negotiations are deadlocked right now. But I'm not going to get in. That's different than using the legal term impasse, and I'm not going to do that.
If it's not your last best and final offer, why would they have accepted it? If they knew they could get something better later.
Yeah, look, I think that take it or leave it in a negotiation is not something that I think is usually productive. I think always at the end, there's a little wiggle room somewhere. And I think that we'd like to keep the idea that we're willing to go back to the table and figure out whether we can make an agreement. Ron, the only thing I can say is that from the perspective of the commissioner's office and the clubs, we are doing our very, very best to try to reach an agreement. Unfortunately, it's not something that's solely within our control. It takes two parties to reach an agreement, and we will continue to be committed to that process.
So we can't hear the questions from the reporters, but we hear Manfred only.
All I can say, nothing scheduled right now. And we made a proposal this afternoon. I believe, without exception, every topic, we have made the last proposal. Every single issue in the basic agreement, we have made the last proposal. You draw your own conclusion as to who ought to go next.
When you guys are, weighing these offers with the owners and talking things through, how much of it all do you weigh the financial impact on people who aren't in the room, the workers at the stadiums who get affected, and obviously the fans.
Yeah, look, I think that the concern about our fans is at the very top of our consideration list, followed closely by
That's the biggest line.
Yeah,
people's livelihood.
that was a great question.
Baseball, spring training baseball, and certainly an important part of the calculus for us and for our owners.
Hey, James, hey, Rob. Could you explain the league's position on why you say cancellation of games and why not, say, reschedule or at least make the hope to still fit the full season in?
Yeah, we have a first-time situation in terms of the loss of regular season games. We've never, since we've gone to interleague play every day, we've never canceled games. So if you think about the way that the schedule works, every single day you have an interleague series where those teams are not back together enough to make rescheduling feasible.
So do you think the pay?
That's a good point.
Pay and service time will, I guess now would be something you have to negotiate with the union and players.
Yeah, I think that our position is that games that are not played, players will not get paid for. John.
Rob, obviously there were some good things in the deal for the players, including over a 20% rise for the minimum players, the minimum paid players. However, the CBT, how do you explain? It was 210 million, right? So you're raising it to 220 million. That's less than a 5% rise, and then it's repeated the next subsequent years at $220 million. So it's basically only a 5% rise over 3 years. They would tell you that inflation is up 7% now. Their salaries have stagnated, and obviously they wouldn't like that part of the deal.
Look,
how do you explain that?
Well, I think that it's important to look at the pattern of increases in the CBT thresholds over the last several agreements. And I think the proposal that we made is right in line with the type of increases we've seen in the past. I think you also need to remember that the last 5 years have been very difficult years from a revenue perspective for the industry, given the pandemic. So, this is, and last, look, we have a payroll disparity problem. And to weaken the only mechanism in the agreement that's designed to promote some semblance of competitive balance is just something that I don't think the club group is prepared to do right now. I know where the clubs are. I know they are 100% behind the proposal that was made and the decision to cancel games given where we are in the negotiation. Hey, Bob.
Progress made a deadline in the last couple of days. Is there any thoughts about having a deadline?
Look, we're in the process of, we went through a really long 9 or 10 days. We had a really late night last night and not a particularly productive day today. We need to regroup and figure out how we're going to move the process forward. That's the best I can do for you.
Hey, Rob, understanding that deadlines create urgency, you locked out the players to jumpstart the negotiations. It feels like real bargaining went on just in the last 24 to 36 hours. I'm sure people are wondering why not over the last three months or even longer to get to a point where you're not necessarily canceling games because there's some momentum here.
Yeah, I think the best answer to that question is the last 10 days. We've been here ready to bargain, full committees, owners, players for 10 days, and it got going 2 days before the deadline. That's the best explanation I can give you.
Rob, is the sport in a more perilous position now than it was in 94, 95 because of the number of entertainment options that are out there, how easy it is for people to turn to a Netflix or anything on their cell phone?
Yeah, look, the entertainment market today is different than 1994. My deepest hope is that we get an agreement quickly. We're back on the field, and we get back into that market and compete effectively.
Rob, you said many times you see yourself as a deal maker. You take pride in the previous agreements you've made. So how much do you see this outcome as reflecting on you as commissioner now?
Look, the difficult thing about this, if it was solely within my ability or the ability of the clubs to get an agreement, we'd have an agreement. The tough thing about this process is it takes both parties to make an agreement. I'm really disappointed that we didn't make an agreement, and I'm really committed to doing everything possible to get one.
Thank you.
You've been so kind. It's sorry to see you go.
Thank you.
Really gonna miss you.
That is mutual.
This freaking guy is just laughing.
This is not a surprise.
Rob Manfred said MLB plans to regroup and determine the next course of action. Did he say when?
2016
No.
CBA. There's been a lot
Not
of
yet.
chatter on their side.
So like
I'm
tomorrow,
wondering
next week.
if regret
But they're leaving Florida though, correct?
regret not having
Yes,
more
they are. The player side, yes.
try to avoid this disastrous outcome.
Yeah, look, what I would say, Ken, is, we did take a stab at some early negotiations. Throughout the 5-year period, there was a lot of rhetoric about dissatisfaction with the deal that they made. A lot of the rhetoric was negative with respect to clubs, the commissioner's office, me. That environment someone else created. And it's an environment in which it's tough to build bridges.
All right, thanks, everybody.
All right, he's walking away, guys. All right, that is it. That is the press conference from the moron commissioner, Rob Manfred. So, I seen you writing things down. So, what do you got?
I wasn't writing anything down. I was just on my phone losing it with people texting me. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to take of it. I mean, obviously, they're going to sound optimistic at this press conference. Manfred had the same mentality when he gave his last press conference 2-3 weeks ago, when he most famously said it would be a disaster if games got canceled. And there's just so many questions that I have. When will they be next? I mean, when will they determine if more games get canceled? I mean, are they going to have to redo the structure of the schedule? Because, I mean, some teams, I think the Mets are lucky because they play in division, but there's some teams out there that aren't playing in division. Let's say the Tigers are playing the Mariners opening day. Are they going to make that up? Are they going to switch that out with an interleague? I mean, what do we do? I don't know what they're going to do with the schedule. Are they just going to leave it and say, luckily for you guys don't have to play each other? I mean, that'd be great for the Mets if it's like the Dodgers or something opening day. That'd be awesome. But I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of times when I just wanted to correct Manfred. It's the same shenanigans that I really expressed before.
Yeah. So what Manfred said, the first 2 series of the year are canceled at this moment. So considering some teams might play 7 games within the first 2 series or 6. So right now we already know that 156 or 155 games are the season at the moment. So we're losing 2 series. So it's either 6 games or 7 games, depending on what teams have a 4-game series or 3-game series to make it 6. So officially, it's not going to be 162 games. Right now, it's at like 155 or 156 games. And he also said that kind of pissed me off was that they always made a counter proposal, no matter what the players offered or proposed to them. There was always a counter offer by Major League Baseball. He's correct on that fact, but yeah, fine. But they both were making proposals back and forth. He didn't really answer why the last 2 days was major negotiations for many, many hours. And from Monday to Saturday, like I was saying, there was basically 2 or 3 hours of meeting, and that was it. There was never an urgency except for the last 48 hours. And he didn't really answer to why. And on top of that, he didn't really answer about the CBT only increasing by 6 or 7 or $10 million. And he said it's a 5% increase from the last 2 CBAs. Like, but nobody's talking about the last 2 CBAs. It's what you were doing now with inflation being over 7%. I don't see how the CBT relates to the inflation as much, because I mean, what the hell does that have to do with the teams? Like, if the inflation was 2%, would owners say, "Hey, I'm going to spend money today"? No,
Exactly.
so that didn't make no sense. I do think a lot of people are going to realize how much the players are going to be at fault at this point now, even though yes, the owners are greedy. It did seem like, and Rob Manfred was right on this point, they did make an effort to move towards the players' offers
100%.
more than the players made towards the owners' offers. So at the end of the day, no matter who you blame, who you're on the side of, you heard it, you've seen it right here. Both sides were not willing to go above and beyond to make a deal. And they're both willing to miss games at this point, clearly. Because if the players were really going to budge by not missing games, they would have probably signed a deal. And at this point, the players are not getting paid for the first 2 series of the year, so they're already losing money. And I don't know if you heard this, Hayden, in my other streams. Each game that is missed, players are losing on average $20.5 million per game in total through all the players in the league. So if it's 6 games, that's what, over $120 million right there that players are losing. So again, the owners are coming out fine in this situation at this moment. Not saying that they didn't want to get a deal or not, but they're saving money with players' salary, with workers at the stadium, just opening the stadium, not paying the players, not paying for the grounds crew. Everything that goes into opening the stadium, they're saving money. So they're probably saving around $30 to $40 million per day by not opening the stadium or playing games. So that's why the urgency by the owners weren't very hard. And I thought the urgency was going to be towards the players more. And it seemed like the owners were making more urgency on making a better effort to go towards the players' side. And the players really didn't have an urgency at all. So, in my case, I'm blaming the players at this moment because I think it was a fair enough deal where they got more stuff than they probably thought they were going to get. Or at least we thought we were going to get. I mean, if anybody showed you this 4 months ago, that was the proposal the owners were going to give, people would thought the players would be crazy not to take that deal. I mean, do you agree with that?
Yeah,
yeah, like 4 months ago on December 2nd, if the owners gave this proposal in January and the players didn't accept it, people would have probably been like, what the hell are you doing? And just because there was different proposals we heard over the last week or so, now people thinking that the owners are probably trying to screw the players. But this was the proposal that if the players would have got 4 months ago, they would have probably signed it on January 1st. So, like I honestly, I think you're 100% right, Hayden, when you said that when the players went home and the representatives went home late in the morning, 3-4 o'clock in the morning, that it was a sign for them to think it through, talk to some players that were not happy with it, even though clearly there were some players that were happy with it. But they talked to enough players that weren't happy, and it fell apart. And I think that's what you were getting at earlier. So once again, guys, the update is, sorry about that, Hayden. The first 2 series of 2022 is canceled, which depending on which schedule you look at, it's either 6 or 7 games. So it's already going to be a 155 or 156 game season because they're not going to make up games. So players are going to lose their salaries for the first 2 series of the year, according to Rob Manfred. So your thoughts and concerns?
Yeah, I mean, one little thing. I know some of you guys are going on it on the chat about Tony Clark and the Players Association, and I agree. I think absolutely after this, a lot of those guys need to go. And one kind of interesting thing that I think stood out for everyone is that, I think the big thing was, besides the CBT, was arbitration, and a lot of the younger guys getting paid more. And out of all the player representatives that we constantly saw there was Max Scherzer and Garrett Cole. 134, 3 years. 324, 9 years. Are those really the best guys to go off of? I mean, it's simple enough. If I mean, I'm not a lawyer going to school for law or trying to be an attorney, but if you want to prove a point, wouldn't it make more sense to have someone that's in that current situation? Yeah, Cole and Scherzer were in that situation, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago when they were rookies or whatever. Maybe not 15 for Cole, but still, have someone like Randy Arozarena, Jonathan India, or some other rookies. I don't know. Don't be having, or, get guys from small market teams there. Don't be having these mega million guys who are showing up in their Porsches and 76 Buicks, to argue and say, oh, we want to get paid more. Bullshit. Listen, I know it's a casual argument. I know so many people are saying, oh, they want 30 million extra, yada, yada, yada. I agree. And I also disagree. I think, a lot of the younger players are being to an extent belittled. But as of right now, it's just, I just have so many questions. When are they going to meet next? I mean, are they going to get federal involvement? Can they somehow try to extend the current CBA and try to work on with a new one? Of course, the players are going to strike. But as of right now, I am just wordless. I didn't expect this to happen. I really thought there would be a deal. Like I said before, and like you brought up, as soon as they went home last night, I said, yup, we're going downhill. And then when I saw the tweet today saying, there was a change of heart, yeah, because they all went home. They all got time to think, process. I wanted them there, whether they were 30 and they were obviously, yeah, they'd probably be losing their minds for being there that long. But I don't know. I mean, MLB said they were at third base with the new CBA. And then what happened? They got picked off in between? I mean, you tell me. I don't know. We'll use a baseball analogy because I'm so desperate for it.
What I don't understand, like, we saw all the tweets from the players. Even James McCann tweeted, right? Stroman, Alex Woods. You saw so many of the players that are making millions and millions of dollars already that got their contracts that were tweeting. Why haven't we heard from Pete Alonso, Jonathan India, the young players who are making minimum salaries? Yeah. We haven't heard them. You know why? Because they were getting the best deal in this offer. So I don't understand why the players that are making, like Scherzer, $40 million, Cole, $324 million. We can go on and on, that are making all this money. They're the ones that are complaining, but this CBT or this whole proposal is not hurting them at all. It's not even hurting the younger players at this point. So, why haven't we heard? Jonathan India just tweeted, this is just said at MLB PA and at MLB. So he's pissed off at both because he was clearly getting a nice little raise. He was getting $700,000 this year. He was getting $125,000 more. So, Jonathan India, the guys that are coming up, the guys who are on their second year coming up, we're going to make $700,000. Why haven't we heard from the players that are making the least amount of money? We heard from Scherzer. We heard from Cole with their little quotes. I don't understand why we're not hearing from the guys who are making the least amount of money. Isn't this this is what the whole thing was with the CBA, with all the stuff that they were doing, the arbitration pool, the CBT? Besides the CBT, everything else was for these younger players. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bob Nightingale at 5:13, so 26 minutes ago, MLB and the union have agreed to resume negotiations in New York. So I don't know why, but they want to leave Florida and meet New York, maybe change their heart. Maybe the fans will go and try and kill them. I don't know. You tell me. But
why would they cancel games then if they're going to start talking tomorrow?
I mean, I don't know if it's definite, but Nightingale just simply said MLB and the union have agreed to resume negotiations in New York. So, I mean, when?
But
like,
they can get it done on Friday and the season should start on time, no?
I really don't know. I mean,
so this whole press conference was basically useless. He just said that he don't know when they were going to speak to the Players Association again. Now you're speaking to him again soon in New York? I mean, couldn't you just stayed in New York? I just don't understand.
And what I find crazy is that the New York Mets haven't had a normal opening day since 2019. Obviously, 2020 had the COVID. 2021, the Nationals tested positive for COVID. And then now this. I mean, the last normal spring training was 2019. 2020 was COVID. 2021, you had like two fans in the stands practically. And then now we get this. And I mean, so many guys were going with the uncertainty of spring training. And honestly, I think this is going to screw the players more than they think it is. Because in 2020, they showed up to camp normal. And then a lot of the games started to get canceled for spring training until MLB just said, okay, we're done for now. Everyone go home. And then they all got upset. And then how MLB notified them so late and they had that summer camp shenanigans. Now they're in the same boat. I mean, are these guys keeping up their baseball activities? Is Jacob deGrom pitching off of a slope or a mound? Is Tyler McGill doing the same thing? Is McNeil, Nimmo, Alonso, and Pilar, taking reps and batting? You tell me. I really don't know. Are these guys keeping up with baseball activities? I heard that they wanted to open up some facilities in Arizona for guys to practice. And, MLB and Rob Manfred, says, oh, we tried. Maybe one thing they could do is start lifting some of the restrictions on the lockout. I don't know if that'll be good or bad. I don't know if that'll make things worse or better. I mean, I think it would be better maybe if they were to start to let some of these guys go to spring training. They don't have to play games, but maybe do like a summer camp thing where maybe they could start, maybe simply enough, let these guys talk to each other. Buck Showalter, the new Mets manager, he hasn't even spoken with any of his roster that we know of, at least maybe behind his back, sure. But let these managers open up. Let the front office be able to speak to the players. Let the players be able to speak to each other. Let them be able to, meet with, the new coaches on the team, whether that's the old coach, but Jeremy Hefner, Eric Chavez. That's what really pisses me off. And, when the players think it's not going to affect them, it is. I mean, the injury rate with pitchers is going to go like crazy. I mean, April is going to be a whole wide range of, soreness, elbow, everything. And that's my big issue. And Jacob deGrom obviously is an issue with that. And that's going to be my thing. So I don't know. I am just beyond frustrated. I really do blame both sides. I'm kind of critiquing Manfred's press conference. He said, oh, we had 10 days. Yeah, 10 days. Congratulations. You had since December 2nd to get this done. And you counted on the last 10 days. I get it in the business field. You try and wait till the last minute, but it doesn't always work out. And when you're dealing with one of the biggest unions in the world, I mean, this isn't, the union at Ford Motor Company or something like that. We're dealing with a very tough union. And I mean, these guys apparently being so mistreated and belittled by the owners, that they're able to, drive nice cars there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
No, I blame both sides an equal amount, 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, guys, if you don't know who this is Mets Talk with Hayden. Hayden joined the stream about 45 minutes to an hour ago. I think he froze for a second. But he's here, I promise. So, he is here. So, don't forget, guys, just make sure you subscribe to his channel. He always does good content. He does his research. He knows his stuff. That's why I brought him on. I thought it was important to get another perspective except for my big face on this stream. You guys always been supportive like crazy. Today's stream was one of the biggest. I mean, yesterday was one of the biggest. We had about 105 at one point on the stream yesterday. And I hit, I think, 202. I think the analytics said today. So, like I said, I didn't realize the stream was going to be as big as it was today. And it was because not just Met fans, but baseball fans alike were getting together. We had Philly fans talking to Met fans nicely. That don't happen. And it did. So, I mean, unfortunately, we are losing out the most. Apparently, they're going to start talking again in New York, whatever the hell that means. I mean, wouldn't it be ironic that they'll just get a deal by Thursday or tomorrow or Friday, or Thursday or Friday, and we might have a season after all? Because it is the first two series are canceled, but they can revert back on that. No, if they get a deal done by the end of this week, I would think so. So, but Evan, 100%, and we both agreed. Me and MLB are losing fans. The diehards, you might lose. If there's 3 million diehard fans, you might lose probably about 50 to 60,000 of those diehard fans that probably said the hell with it. I'm too old for this crap. Or, you know what? I'd rather watch hockey. I'm more of a hockey fan anyway, so I might as well go away. Maybe. But you know what? Look, They're going to see it in the pockets. That goes for the players. But see, here's the point. The players are not going to see the money lost by the owners from the casual fans. They're not going to see that because the casual fans are not going to buy a Max Scherzer jersey. They're not going to buy a Starlin Marte jersey. If the Yankees get Freddie Freeman, the casual fan is not going to buy a Yankees Freddie Freeman jersey. They're not. The diehard fans are. The owners are the ones that are going to see a lot of the money lost from casual fans with TV ratings, with just day of games ticket sales. Casual fans are the biggest buyers of day of game ticket sales. Look at the reports. I was looking at it the other day. 75% of ticket sales of day of game comes from casual fans. There was a poll. The casual fans, 75% buy day of game tickets. That's 75%. That's insane. So that 35,000 they might get at the ballpark is now probably going to be on a random Friday night now, or a random Thursday night is going to be 25,000, if that, maybe 20. So that's a big number. That means less concession money. That means less team shop money, parking less people on the trains. If you're in New York, it's going to be a lot. Small businesses around the ballparks are going to lose money because people are not going to games. And when the season starts, the casual fans ain't going to the bar next to the stadium before a game. So Citi Field is a little unique because there's not much around Citi Field, but places like Pittsburgh, Yawkey Way, in Fenway, Wrigley Field, all those areas where the small businesses thrive on day of games with bars and restaurants, they're going to lose a lot of money. So this is not just about the fans that are going to lose out on the games and the experiences. The small businesses that are already destroyed by this country and this government by shutting everything down, or most states, and killing small businesses. Major League Baseball is really going to hurt small businesses during the summer if things don't get ready to go soon. If we miss 2 series, great. We have 150-something game season. All right, we're so pissed, but we can deal with it. But losing 40, 50, 60 games, that's 40, 50, or 60 games that them small businesses are going to lose out on a ton of money that they rely on. And as much as we want to talk about the fans, it affects not just the fans, not just the players, not just the owners, but those small businesses in them spring training facilities in Florida or Arizona, which are all in small communities, they're not making no business. That restaurant, that breakfast restaurant that I go, that's in the middle of Port St. Lucie, that might get 10 customers a day, would get 30 or 40 customers a day because of where they're situated around the facility in Port St. Lucie. They're not getting them the fans like me that would travel over there to go for breakfast in the morning for the next 4 to 5 days if I was in Port St. Lucie, among thousands of other fans that travel to spring training facilities. That they're losing just as much as the fans are, and that's unfortunate.
And I agree. And I think what's really more frustrating is that, I guess, continuing on the topic of finances, yes, everyone, please feel free to subscribe to my channel. We are on the road to 1,000 subscribers, LFGM. Link is in the comment.
There.
Yes. But I guess going on to the topic of finances, MLB, we know in 2020 what happened with COVID. Obviously, a lot of teams, we only got a 60-game season, and a lot of teams went kaputskis financially, and a lot of the teams said that, they were asking, MLB and a lot of these organizations to help them out. Kind of to bail them out. I mean, I listen, none of these teams are going to go into debt, but, hey, there's small market teams out there like the Rays and the A's. I mean, hey, do they still have that Moneyball mentality where the athletic players have to pay for the soda cans in the machines? I don't know, but 2021 came along, and there was kind of still the question in like February and January, will the season still start on time? Will the season start on time? Will it be delayed? And a lot of these MLB teams came out and said, if we don't have any fans in the stands, something's going to go wrong because these teams can financially not support it. I mean, 2020 was horrible for them. They couldn't have half of that or a quarter of that in 2021. Now, they're probably going to have that again this season. And like you said, a lot of the small businesses, I live in Florida. I live near West Palm Beach. So I would even notice a lot of, the hotels would start to be booked up. A lot of the small restaurants. I was watching on my local news. There was this one pizza place that always does well. That is right around the block from not Clover Park in Jupiter, Roger Dean Stadium. A lot of places are going to struggle. And I just really, I just don't know what to say. I know I keep saying that, but no one was prepared for this. We all thought a deal was going to be made either today, tomorrow, or at least by Friday, for goodness sake. The future of baseball does not look good. This will definitely be in the history books for Major League Baseball. Do I think this is going to be the next 1994, 1995? I hope not, but it's definitely up there.
I think it's going to be worse.
Because, this is the first time since then that games have been canceled because of the CBA not coming to an overall agreement.
Yeah, it's tough.
Sorry, I was going to say, and what I think is more frustrating, like you pointed out, this isn't just going to affect the players and, like I said, the small businesses, of course, but, there's obviously a lot of the concession in there. Those guys, that is their job. They rely on that. So obviously a lot of the concession, the food, a lot of the local taxis near, Citi Field and Flex will be affected by this. So, there's a domino effect. It's not just, it's the owners and players, but like overall popularity in baseball is going down a lot. If Major League Baseball does not start in April, and I get it that MLB has its least populated attendance in April, so maybe I understand why they're not super upset about April. But coming May, June, when school gets out, when school gets out, a lot of the colleges, mine gets out in May. We like to go to the ballpark, and the summer, with camps and stuff. People taking off time from work. It's America's pastime, and it used to be the field of dreams. Now it's the field of greed. And overall, I just really, really pray that something can be changed.
Robert said there's another press conference at 6:30. I'm assuming from the players' side, I guess.
Probably. I would love to.
David Roberts just said something on the chat I want to pull up there, but I guess we can both answer that. We wouldn't be here if the owners didn't kick out the players. We already talked about this, Hayden. Their attorneys gave them bad advice. No, they didn't. They gave them great advice, because if the owners didn't lock out the players, there was a pretty good chance that the players were going to strike for leverage of their own on their own side. So, David, you're not correct in that situation, because either way, the players were going to go on strike, because then there would have been no leverage for the players at all. If there was no lockout, the owners would have not negotiated with the players. So if the owners weren't going to negotiate with the players were going to strike to force the hand of the owners to negotiate. And that's why the owners locked out the players, to force them to negotiate, because the players weren't going to negotiate right away. So it would have been much longer than 43 days if the MLB owners didn't lock out the players. The players would have striked. There was a pretty good understanding that the players were going to strike. That's why the owners locked them out before they can strike. Because why would the players strike now? They're not getting paid anyway, so the strike has no leverage to the owners. The MLB owners didn't want the players to start the season and then strike, which they would have done. They would have striked during the season like they did in 94. The owners didn't want that. That's why they locked them out during spring training. So for anybody who thinks that the owners got bad advice, they didn't. They had the good advice on the fact that the players didn't have no leverage in spring training by striking. What were they striking? They weren't getting paid during spring training. But the owners feared that the players were going to go through spring training, start the season, and then strike at some point, probably early on in the season. And that would have screwed the owners logistically by canceling games, revenues with tickets had to get refunded, all that stuff. So either side would have either locked out the players or strike on the players' behalf. So, I mean, I don't know what else you want to say to that, but that's basically what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys both bring up points, and I obviously see where you both are coming from. And I agree. I mean, regardless, if there was, listen, everyone says, oh, but the owners locked them out. The players most likely would have striked, like you and a lot of other people would assume. Hold on, give me 1 second. Something is going on. Yeah, that's pretty much as I was saying. Yeah, they would have struck. They would have struck regardless. Spring training, they're not getting paid. The players are not getting paid. A lot of the guys, we're not really super concerned with spring training. I mean, financially, you don't get paid for spring training. So why do they care from the financial aspect? I guess down the line, it's beneficial because it warms you up and you want to play to the best of your ability. So if you are a guy that is looking for a contract, that'll help you out there. Keep it on the topic of finances. But yeah, they don't get paid for spring training. And like I said before, April has the lowest attendance rates because obviously, kids are in school. I guess in some, northern parts, I know last opening day in Detroit, we saw it was snowing. I live in Florida, so I have that luxury. But, people in New York, Minnesota, Seattle, it's cold there. So, it makes sense why April has one of the lowest attendance rates in baseball. In September and October is different. Why? Because you have to play it. It's almost playoff time. So,
Yep.
Plus tickets are cheaper than for, teams that are way out of it. So that's another reason why. But yeah, and one interesting thing that I saw by Heyman was saying that there were concerns from small market team owners, but the luxury tax threshold didn't have much of a chance to be accepted. The rise from 210 to 220, 3 straight years in light of player pay. I'm assuming that's supposed to say inflation and rising revenues wasn't going to work. Yeah, so I'm guessing they didn't like the 3 back-to-back years of it being the same. And then, obviously, Manfred kind of countered that by saying the last 5 years were difficult from the revenue perspective. In 2019, the last season before the pandemic, MLB revenues jumped for a 17th straight year to a record $10.7 billion per Forbes. So that's pretty. Pretty
like we know the big market teams. Yeah, they lost money during the pandemic and parts of 2021 when you only had limited attendance allowed in New York and California mostly. But I don't think the players understand. Granted, yes, the owners were making a ton of money over the last 20 years, but this CBA is based on what have the owners made over the last 3 to 4 years, say, because that's what really matters. It doesn't matter what they made 20 years ago or 10 years ago. It's what they did now. And over the last 2 years, they lost a lot of money. Yes, they got the TV revenue, obviously. Yes, they got merchandise sales, but the players got a piece of that. The players did get a piece of the merchandise and everything that's involved with the revenue sharing. It's just the revenue sharing, the players wanted more of that pie, not more of what they're getting now. So they were always getting something of that. MLB The Show, they get paid from that. They get all the revenue streams outside of baseball.
Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, exactly.
He has that clothing company that I see. Before he blocked me on Twitter, I would constantly see him promoting his stuff. So, for being an entrepreneur and having your own business, you're probably making some money on the side.
Yeah, of course. And like you say, he made $19 million last year from the Mets on that qualifying offer. So he's good. But it's just the fact that to think that owners in the small markets, you got to remember, you said it earlier, the small market teams lost a ton of money. Yep. They already had low attendance. Now they had no attendance, but yet they had to still pay the players 60 games. So they had expenses even though fans didn't get in the ballpark. So where was the revenue coming from besides maybe people were buying stuff online from the MLB shop and just the TV revenue? Yeah, it might seem like a lot of money, but after you pay your players 60 games of a salary, they didn't make much at all. Maybe they made $10-15 million in revenue. And people went crazy when the Atlanta Braves owners, because they're publicly owned, legally they have to show their revenue, their books, because they're publicly owned, made $100 million in revenue in 2021. Okay, great. They made $100 million for in total, their team won the World Series. $100 million, don't you think that should have been more money? Like, so that means in years past when they didn't make the playoff or when they didn't make the playoffs or didn't make the World Series, what was their revenue? 50, 45, $50 million? Half that? That's not including the Pittsburgh Pirates that who knows how much money they made. I don't think they made a lot. Maybe $20 million revenue. So what do the players want? 50% of that? So the owner makes $10 million of revenue? That doesn't make sense. They're trying to run a business. You don't own a business to not make money. You don't just give your employees everything they ask for. I can't walk into my job tomorrow and ask for a $5 raise. They'll laugh at me and say, keep working. It just doesn't happen. If you're an owner of a company, you try to make as much money as possible. Yes, you want to try to give money to the employees and everything like that. But big companies in this country pay what they can legally. That's it. If do you want to get paid $15 per hour? Ask the players that. I don't think so. They're making more than the average salary per person in this country. The average salary in this country is between $50,000 and $60,000. They're making 150 times that on a minimum salary. I don't want to hear that they're complaining about that. So it's I don't know anymore. It's frustrating. It's a joke.
That's why a lot of people I know who I've spoken to don't support the MLB Players Association being able to unionize, just because, sadly enough, it is one of the most biggest and dangerous unions you could really deal with. I mean, the last couple CBA negotiations really went in favor of the owners.
Yes.
And then this year, we saw the solidarity inside the Players Association. We saw them expressing their thoughts on Twitter. We saw them protesting, whether that was putting a little dark face, whatever the heck it's called, character as a profile picture, constantly bashing Rob Manfred. I mean, Stroman called the dude like a clown. We saw Bassett called him like a fool. I mean, the solidarity was there. It's not like it was years past where they said, all right, you know what, forget it. We'll cave. The revenue perspective, it's much different now.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's just seriously unfortunate. I mean, the whole issue with what you wanted to think about, what side you're on and everything like that, it's just a matter of the fact that when it comes down to it, both sides could have made a deal if they wanted to. They didn't seem like they both really wanted to. 3.5 months of a lockout, 2 days was when they really got into the negotiating table and really counter offering back and forth for 16, 17 times yesterday. They could have done that every day. Or if you just wanted to do Monday and Friday, you could do Monday and Friday counter offers, work 9 to 10, 11 hours, just going back and forth on proposals until you get something done. They didn't do that. They did that twice. And that's why I don't think either side really wanted to make a deal unless they got everything they wanted. And that's not how you get anything done. If the players thought they were going to get everything they asked for, give me what they were smoking, because I just don't know what they were looking for anymore. So
they came out.
Yeah, sorry, good.
Players Union came out with a statement. Rob Manfred and the MLB owners have canceled the start of the season. Players and fans around the world who love baseball are disgusted, but sadly not surprised. From the beginning of these negotiations, players' objectives have been consistent: to promote competition. I mean, they gave them 2 extra teams, so that sounds like competition there.
Draft lottery.
Fair compensation for young players, and uphold the integrity of our market system against the backdrop of growing revenues and record profits. We are seeking nothing more than a fair agreement. What Robert Manfred characterized as a defensive lockout is, in fact, the culmination of decade-long attempts by the owners to break our player fraternity. As in the past, in this effort will fail. We are united and committed to negotiating a fair deal that will improve the sport for players, fans, and everyone who loves the game. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like it was a fair offer.
Yeah, I mean,
it
honestly,
wasn't a low ball offer.
I know yesterday, what's his face, Evan Drellick, the guy from The Athletic, who no one even cared or knew anything about before the lockout, and I guarantee you when it ends, no one's ever going to know who he is again. He posted two. It was like an A and a B. It was two little fair things, two offers that were possible.
The 12-team and the 14-team playoff.
You saw them, right? Yeah, and I know a lot of people chose. I think it was B. I'm trying to find it. I don't think I can.
Yeah, I think I screenshotted it. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know if you could try and pull it up. I can't find it, but I do know one thing to critique Manfred was when he said, "Oh, he never really used the term. Oh, this was our final offer." They were saying that they did say it was the best and final offer.
Yeah. Did I?
Manfred said 100% on the luxury team. So MLB Players Association, most recent CBT proposal. So yeah, it starts at 238. Yeah, literally 18 million off to start off with, which is just beyond crazy. One thing I really wonder is, I mean, obviously as Mets fans with Steve Cohen, I wonder. I don't think Steinbrenner has anything to do with this because he's been in this ball game for a while, no pun intended. But do you think it's guys like Steve Cohen that really, made a message? I mean, we saw that Jeter resigned yesterday. I don't know if that was a coincidence or if that had any way to show that he can't, how can you rebuild a team without having any money? I don't know if that was a reason Jeter, said sayonara or if that was.
Didn't he know that? Like, the Marlins never spent money except for 1 year when they opened the stadium. So what was he expecting? They were going to walk in there and says, okay, we're going to spend because you're Jeter.
Yeah. So I don't know if that was just plain coincidence, but I mean, besides.
Robert, yes, they are meeting in New York. When? I don't know. Sorry, Hayden.
No, I was going to say, right now, it's kind of been the same. I'm pretty sure the Nationals, Dodgers, and Blue Jays have had the same owner for a fair amount of time, especially since the last CBA. Really, the only new guy you're going to add to this is Cohen.
Yeah. So I found the tweet that you were talking about, option A and B. So option A was the 14-team expanded playoff, postseason minimum of $700,000 salary and a $4 million in pre-arb pool. And then we know with option B, which is basically the offer they gave to the players recently, was 12-team expanded postseason, $675,000 minimum salary, $20 million into pre-arb pool. So they took the 12-team playoff teams from option B and took $700,000 salary and $400 million in pre-arb and put those two options together and make it one proposal.
Can you send me that?
Along with, yeah, sure. What's up? I'm sorry.
I said if you wouldn't mind sending me that on Instagram.
Yeah. I'll do that right now.
Because trust me, there's 3,000 million tweets from so many people.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now. All right, I just sent it to you. Can you hear me now, Ken? Oh boy, did you get it?
I did not. Oh, I did.
Okay.
So, because I want to compare it to what they said the final was. Still not close.
Yeah, I think I'll put it up on the screen if you want. I have it somewhere. What the hell is it?
So they have 14 teams. Well, so
here we go. There you go. It's on the screen for you.
I'm thinking is if I'm in the Players Association and I saw this in December, I think majority of these guys would have taken that.
Yeah.
Simply. What did they propose it for? So the pre-arb bonus pool was of 30 million up to 5 million from before. So they had 40 and they had 20. Okay, so halfway still.
Yeah.
And with the pre-arbitration bonus pool, they were only like 10 million short. So that's why I'm a little like, huh? Because they were at 20.
It doesn't make sense.
What they originally posed was 40 and 20, and they came up, like 10 million extra. So, the bonus pool, I'm really surprised they were stuck on that. Obviously, I think it was the CBT threshold, minimum salary starting at $7,000, and this they proposed $7,000, and the minimum salary too. I mean, you're seriously going to fight over what, $15,000, $20,000? Like, are you kidding me?
When the owners went up 125,000 from what it is now. So.
Exactly. Yeah. So it has to be the CBT, and I mean, if anything else, maybe there's some minor stuff in that, but there's no way that minor stuff is overtaking it. It has to be the CBT, because pre-arbitration is probably out the window unless, hey, they really are cheap over $5 million. Well, not cheap. It's a lot of money, but for them, I guess it's cheap. The minimum salary, like you said, they went up from originally asked.
Yeah. Like I said, they moved towards the players' side. So, you know.
I don't think I could hear you. All right, hold on. Let me. Yeah, I don't think the chat could hear you either. Hold up. Yeah, I don't think the chat could hear you either. Hold up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. You're good now. You're good. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
No. Hold on one second. All right, I think I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Perfect. All right. So sorry. What was that? What was I saying, or what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I'll be honest. It was. I know we were critiquing both the. Yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear me a little better now?
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Yeah. So that's the biggest hurdle. You know, like I feel like the owners moved pretty firmly. Slowly, but they slowly got to what the players sort of wanted. They always moved. So at this point, you know, I really think the players dropped the ball at this point, and I don't feel like they actually did a good job in their negotiating, and that's a big. I think it's a big problem with Tony Clark. I think the players really have to look on who's representing them in their union. I think Tony Clark, and it's happened before. Remember, they almost tried to fire Tony Clark during the last CBA because he didn't do a good job doing that CBA. And this time he couldn't even get a deal done. And they actually got what the players were trying to ask for and still didn't get the right thing done. So at the end of the day, I think Tony Clark is going to get fired.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like what really changed a lot of these players' attitudes. Because I mean, like you said, the last couple CBAs really went in favor of the owners. Now, these guys, I mean, the solidarity is real. They are really like on the aggressive side. And was it the COVID season? Was it? I mean, we've been noticing a lot of guys are making much more money in Major League Baseball. I mean, 20 years ago, I mean, maybe besides like Alex Rodriguez and a couple other guys, we weren't seeing guys making, $300 million plus. I mean, it was just recent where Trout got a mega deal, Tatis got a mega deal, Harper got a mega deal, Lindor got a mega deal. I mean, Soto is arguably the next big guy, and I mean, I guess that also puts some concern on how much. So I really wonder, like, what exactly changed a lot of these players' attitudes? I mean, I don't think it's simply enough. Oh, they're different guys. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Was it Tony Clark? Was Tony Clark saying, "Hey guys, I know you seem to like this deal"? Some of the players were tweeting last night, like, "Okay, yeah, they didn't disagree with what the MLB owners were saying last night in the tweet, saying that things were going pretty well." And then on top of that, like, was it Tony Clark that says, "Hey guys, I think we can get a better deal. I don't think we should take this"? Like, it seems like it was either Tony Clark or one of his lead negotiators that said that they don't think it was a good deal.
And that's why I really wish they were like all duct. That's why I wish all of them had their mouths duct tape and there was a communication ban once they left at 3 a.m. this morning, because I knew that someone would speak and they would get together. I mean, could it have been Tony Clark? Wasn't he there all last night? I mean, wasn't he there till 3 a.m.? So, I mean, if he had an issue then, why is he having an issue now?
Yeah, exactly.
That's my question. I mean, unless
somebody had to say something that really pissed people off. Like maybe it was something way deep down in the fine print that they didn't like. I don't know.
And I agree with you. Yeah, they should be working at Burger King. Maybe McDonald's. I prefer McDonald's, but just really frustrating. But I mean, one little thing, I guess, hey, now why not bring up some positivity? And someone asked it before. Obviously, we know the designated hitter spot has been added to the CBA. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because I know you and I never really discussed that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, with the CBA, yeah. Sorry, with the DH, right? You said? I'm sorry.
Yes, with the DH, because we know that it was brought up with the CBA.
Yeah, like I said, with our problems, specifically with the Mets, with Jacob deGrom hyperextending his elbow when he batted, Scherzer at 38 years old, 37 years old, Carrasco with his problems. I don't want these guys batting or running the bases. I'm an NL guy, just like you're an NL guy, but I feel like the DH is going to help the Mets keep our pitches healthy, and that I think the DH is fine. I think it's perfect for us. It's perfect for the Mets because we got a lot of DH candidates on this roster, and it's going to save and help our pitchers stay healthy, I think.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, like I said before, I don't want to say I'm an old soul when it comes to baseball, but regardless of how the game's evolved, the Jacob deGrom injury scare was really the biggest thing that happened to me. We know some of it, yeah, maybe it wasn't because swinging the bat, he had everything from the yell to the elbow to the fatigueness to the sore. He had everything going on with him, Jacob deGrom. But when you look at a guy with a Hall of Fame track record and injuries, possibly swinging the bat, it's okay. I'm willing to take the opportunity of having the DH. Regardless, in 2013, I know Adam Wainwright. He was with the Cardinals then. He tore his ACL running to first base on a ground ball dribble. Zach Gallen, I don't know what he did, but he did something this past season running to first base. It's just pitcher's job is to pitch. Offensive player's job is to play defense and hit the ball. Regardless of the injury standpoint, I mean, we saw the stats. Having a negative 60-something WRC plus, that's horrible. I mean,
exactly.
If you want me to get casual, I think it was like a 20.23 something batting average. I'm tired of constantly seeing bunts and listen, I think it helps the lineup out much better now. We saw Rojas was horrendous last season with how he managed guys. One guy, Aaron Loop, for example, and I rant this on my channel every single day. Aaron Loop was misused so many times. Why? Because Rojas would, let's say you have, say Juris Familia is in for the 8th. Let's say he's in for the 7th. And 2 runners on, 2 outs. Oh, no, we're going to take you out, Familia. We're going to put in Loop. He 3 pitches, strikes out. Oh, but then the pitcher spot's coming up. Oh, let's put someone else in and your spot's out. Why would you put Loop in for 3 pitches? So now the designated hitter spot gives managers so much more room to work with how they want to construct their lineup. And unfortunately, I have much more faith in Buck Showalter. I mean, Louis Rojas was a fool. I mean, you and I all despised him for his managerial decisions. Regardless of how horrible he was with handling the bullpen, that was the big thing. And regardless of Buck Showalter, Aaron Boone, whoever, I think this could really help out the Mets a whole lot. We've seen so many times where lineup construction in between the game really killed them. And the Mets have so many candidates for that DH role. You could have something like Robinson Cano against lefties and JD Davis against righties or something like that. I don't know. Switch off. Have DH by committee. You don't have to have a full-on solidified DH. I know the Yankees have Stanton as their full-time DH because of injury concerns. And they're worried about him playing the outfield. So maybe you have that same issue with Cano. Maybe you have that issue with J.D. Davis because he's terribly defensively, and stop putting these guys out of position. So, I mean, J.D. Davis could be nice. Robinson Cano could be nice. If you want to go outside, get Kyle Schwarber, Nicholas Castellanos, not good defensively, so you could put them. They have some pop in there at bat. You and I have always expressed we want more power on this team. I mean, maybe if you put that DH spot batting cleanup, I've always been a proponent of Pete Alonso batting third. and then maybe you put that DH spot batting fourth. But as right now, the DH has so much to offer to this Mets team that I really think out of all the NL teams, I think is definitely going to benefit the Mets. I don't want to say the most, but a lot. And most importantly, it expands a lot of guys' career. I mean, we see so many guys like Nelson Cruz, Miguel Cabrera that are playing into their late 30s, early 40s. Albert Pujols, so many guys that are able to expand their career because of the DH. So overall, a lot of, I guess this is the one benefit of the CBA is the DH.
Yeah.
So I mean, overall, I'm all for it. I was about to say something else, but I forgot. But I think the lineup construction in between games is really going to help out this team, and they won't have to worry. Because last year that drove me nuts. I mean, the games could have looked a lot different last year if there was a DH, and we saw in 2020 it was very beneficial. And then that brings some questions. Like, I wonder, will guys like Cespedes come back to the MLB? I don't think he'll go to the Mets, but because, different ownership, so you never know. But I really do wonder what will happen.
Yeah. I mean, look, it gives people jobs, right? Guys who will probably be out of the league now gets an opportunity. If you can hit, you can be a DH. Look at Nelson Cruz. Would Nelson Cruz still be in the league if there was no DH? No. Now he has 30 teams that he can go to instead of 15 or 16, right? So, again, when it comes to the DH for the Mets, it's going to obviously help the lineup. Who knows with Freddie Freeman? Can you believe the rumors? I guess. But, look at it this way. If Cohen wants somebody, he's going to get him. If he wants Freddie Freeman, he's going to get him. If the Mets somehow get Freddie Freeman, I was talking about this yesterday. I don't know if you were on the stream at that point, but I said that one of these guys can play third base.
Third base, yeah.
Pete Alonso can play third base. He played a little bit in Florida when he was in college, and he took ground balls in 2019 when he was having problems at first base, and they were thinking about Dominic Smith playing first base. Freeman can play for third base as well. So, I mean, is that an option that the Mets could think about? Yeah. Yes, the Mets are probably going to put Alonso at DH every now and then, especially if they have Dominic Smith on the bench, who is definitely – we all know Alonso has gotten better defensively over the years. He worked on it. But we all know that that Dominic Smith is a better first baseman. I think we just lost Hayden. Oh, there he goes. He's coming back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry about that.
I have no idea. Yeah. So I don't know if you heard, but I was saying, like, we all know that Pete Alonso worked hard at first base to become a better defensive player. He was better in 2021 than he was in 2019. That's obvious. But we all know that Dominic Smith is better defensively. And the Mets are going, and it's Buck Showalter now. Everybody's going to respect his wishes. If he thinks Pete Alonso can DH 3 times a week, he's going to DH 3 times a week. And Dominic Smith is a better defensive first baseman who can provide some power with his bat and be a good hitter. That's probably going to happen more times than not, even if we like it or not.
So here's my issue with Alonso in first base. I like him at first base. I am the biggest Alonso fanboy, so this is a great topic for me.
No, really?
I love Alonso at first base. Defensively, he's improved so much, and he's stated in the past, he said that he's worked so much to come this far along that, listen, the DH isn't a crappy position. It's not like, you put your worst guy like your left fielder or something there. No. I like Alonso at first. I think, if you want to talk about the chemistry or how this team works, I think Alonso succeeds most at first base. We saw in 2020, the games he DH'd, played all right, but when he was playing in the field is when he really thrived best because he likes to be in the action from the defensive part to the offensive part. So I'd hate to see Alonso get that stripped away. I prefer Alonso 100% over Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith, trade him. Like I said, the Mets have so many guys out of position. I don't picture him being the first baseman over Pete Alonso. No way. Alonso's the first baseman. Dom Smith, trade him. Mets have way too many guys out of the position. I don't want to see him in left field. I mean, unless you put him back in the bench role and maybe you substitute him every now and then. But as of right now, Alonso is my full-time first baseman. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure he'll take some DH time. I know usually last year when there was an interleague game, Alonso would always be DHing.
Yeah,
I
most
mean,
of the time, yeah.
Listen, every now and then, instead of giving Alonso a day off, maybe you could throw him in the DH spot. Maybe as if there's a ninth inning defensive adjustment and they go into extras or something and Alonso's off, hey, that does, so personally, Alonso fits best at the first base position. Dominic Smith probably on the bench or being shipped in a package. He's great trade bait. You and I are big proponents of Mauricio and Dom Smith in that package. So
Yes, let's go.
I'm definitely down to that.
I agree. Dominic Smith, Ronnie Mauricio, put him in the package for somebody. Let's go. Get it done. Yeah, like I said, if I had it my way, I want Pete Alonso at first base. I think he worked so hard at first base, get into where he is now. He's more than a competent. At one point, we thought he was a competent first baseman where he can make the easy plays and probably shouldn't be off the bag as much. We had that issue early on where when he was in shift in certain positions, he didn't know to go after the ball or cover first. And that was a big problem that he had, but he fixed it. Yeah. And he got better with picking balls as well. And he's been very good at first base and he worked hard at it. But again, it's possible that if Cohen wants Freddie Freeman, he's going to get him. Dominic Smith is a whole nother issue. I still think when we agreed about it, Dominic Smith and Mauricio should be in a trade to get somebody like a starting pitcher, Luis Castillo, whoever you want, or a big bat, whoever that might be, J-Ram, Chapman, whatever. But again, Kana seems like he's going to be the left fielder for this team with Nimmo in right, Marte in center. If you're going to keep Dominic Smith on the bench, I think you're going to hurt him production-wise more than him being traded on another team. And I think you can probably get more production or more value from him in a trade than you would of him being on the bench. I don't think he helps us enough on the bench. So you might as well get rid of him. Probably the same thing with McNeil. Probably that same issue. McNeil's production has been going down. I think he's useless in the number 6 or 7 spot in the lineup, which he'll probably be. And that's probably exactly why Pete Alonso deserves the spot at first base. If he performs bad at first base, all right, now you have to think about something else. But he hasn't given that much excuses to change him around or not make him play first base every day, which, obviously Pete Alonso is going to DH every now and then, give him a breather on the field, maybe once, maybe twice a week. But Pete Alonso is our first baseman. He's the face of the game. Him and DeGrom are the face of this team.
100%.
And Pete Alonso deserves to get 100% of the role at first base, no matter if Freeman's here or not. Put Freeman at third base. But, it's a long shot for getting Freeman anyway. It's more the fact of talking about Dominic Smith. I don't think Dominic Smith's bat is going to be worth it to move Pete Alonso to DH because it's going to hurt him offensively. We've seen it. You said it. So, at the end of the day, we talked about Dom Smith going in a package somewhere to trade, probably get better value in doing that. Dominic Smith on the bench is useless on his team. So, why not just put him in a trade, see what you can get back, make Alonso your first baseman on every day, and go from there. Get Chris Bryant. How about we'll solve that problem?
One interesting thing that I was going to bring up when talking about the DH and I forgot is there's always a stigma, and I'm probably going to get like weird comments for this. There's this weird stigma that the DH has to be a power hitter. You look at it around baseball. Nelson Cruz, Giancarlo Stanton. Like I said, if you want to buy, it could be at random, every now and then. Maybe you could throw in McNeil. Maybe you could throw in, some other light contact hitters, whether that's a Nimmo or a Marte. Not every day you have to have a power hitter there. Simply enough, have a guy with a high on-base percentage, a high average, whether that's a Brandon, whether that's a Marte. Maybe instead of giving some of these guys days off, like we'd constantly see, I'm trying to think of a Rojas example, like Nimmo would get like 2 days off in a row or something like that. Yeah. Or for example, like McNeil or a lot of the injuries that happened this past season. Like McNeil, he was thrown out way too early. And look what happened. Mm-hmm. He was much worse in Tampa. So maybe instead of that, For example, you could put a guy who's recovering from an injury, or simply enough, a guy that was going to get a day off, but you want to give him the day off defensively so he could sit on the bench and just get a couple of bats. Maybe you could put him in that DH spot. Simple analogy: score runs. Moneyball saying: score runs, on base percentage, by walks, by getting on base, by runs, by wins. Simply enough,
Yes.
it doesn't have to be a power hitter. It would be nice. Usually, yes, your DH spot is the cleanup guy, because why not? Because usually a lot of older guys like Nelson Cruz or whatever, they may not have a lot besides power. Like, they're not gonna, be hitting triples and doubles every now and then. But besides, home runs or stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. And you know what? The Mets are actually set up in a way to be a big high on base percentage team, and hitting a lot of doubles and triples, because we don't have a lot. You just said that we don't have a lot of power in this lineup besides Alonso. Yes, some people talked about Escobar.
Yeah,
fine, he's a 25. Okay, fine, true. But anybody else, Starler Marte, Nimmo, McNeil, Kana, we can go on. Lindor, I don't see Lindor as a power hitter. I think he's more of a gap-to-gap hitter who will get on base for the big guys. So,
yeah, I agree.
I mean,
so
it's like
last year when a lot of people said, "Oh, Lindor's power." I mean, I don't really think he's going to be a guy to hit 30 home runs, but
no.
He's the guy who occasionally I feel he's more, you use him more for athleticism. Call me crazy, but if I want more power, I'm going for Baez. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. And look, Lindor's a gap hitter. That's what he is.
Exactly. Lindor is gap, show athleticism on the base paths.
Yeah, he'll hit a ball, somewhere down the line and beat out the throw for a double. That's what he would do. That's what Lindor is. Lindor is a guy who needs to get on base, drive in runs here or there, but he's a gap-to-gap guy who's going to give you probably 22 to 25 home runs, hopefully bat 260, 270 maybe, and knock in like 60, 70 RBIs. You're not, he's not the greatest shortstop at all. He got a massive contract because the Mets really had no choice. You traded all your shortstops away. You had to pay him what he wanted, because that trade would have been useless at this point. So I mean, that's basically, what it is at this point. I feel like the Mets are going to get another big bat. Pick the guy you want: Chris Bryant, Castellanos, Suzuki. If the Mets make a trade for a Chapman or a J-Ram, which I don't think they're going to do, because I think they want to get they don't want to block Beatty. That's why I don't think they're going to get J-Ram or Chapman, but they might. But there's options for big bats. And I think if this team gets one more big bat, I think this lineup's going to be very scary, because this on-base situation that we're having. Well, we didn't have a problem getting on base last year. We had a problem scoring runs. We couldn't get a sac fly. We couldn't drive runs with scores. I mean, how many times do we talk about it on live streams? 15, 16 men left on base, 10 runners in scoring position left on base. Every game. If we score a few of those runs, how many games in late August did we lose by one run? 10, 11? It was every day we were losing by 1 or 2 runs with 15 men left on base. You can't win that way. And I think the Mets are suited better with guys who put bat on ball. Lord knows how many times we needed a sacrifice fly last year and we couldn't get it because they were swinging for the fences when they only needed 330-foot pop-up to the outfield to get a runner home, and they couldn't do it. And now I think they have that, but an extra power bat wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you brought up that one example. There was that one time New York Mets are in Miami playing the Marlins. I think it was a one-run game. Mets were trailing by 1. Pete Alonso comes up, starts off the inning, hits a triple, 0 outs, strikeout, ground out. Pete Alonso does not score. Simple stuff like that where you don't need to be the hero and get a base hit or a double or a homer. Just simply enough, make bat-to-ball contact. If you can try and pull. I mean, listen, Alonso isn't the most fast runner, so obviously, you can't really hit it to the, second baseman if he's playing deep, or hit it into the shift if they're playing far back, because most likely I don't think Alonso's that fast to be safe. But simply enough, go for a sac fly. And that's one thing that I liked about Alonso that he's improved a lot is that, when he's in situations, he has power. So, I guess that's not really a big thing with Alonso because Alonso has power. So, regardless when he makes bat-to-ball contact, it's going to either be hit really hard or it's going to be a sac fly that's definitely going to score a run. So, you know, yes, he's accustomed to hitting home runs, but when he's in a situation where you don't need to hit a homer, you know, sac fly. So that's one thing that I think is impressive of Alonso. And there was one question, I don't know, it was someone asked, I forgot where it was, but it was like biggest worry or for the Mets going like for 2022. And I think it definitely is being able to be clutch and hit with runners in scoring position. Because like you said, so many times last year, you know, 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position, stranding guys on second and third with no outs and not doing anything. I mean, the Mets lost so many one-run games. Yeah, they had some walk-offs and some clutch moments, but we just did not see fundamental hitting when it came to clutch times. And that is what I think the Mets are going to have to accomplish.
Tony Clark is speaking now.
Ooh.
So I'm going to put it up.
There is still work that needs to be done. We are seeking improvements to our CBA because significant improvements are needed. We've made no mistake about that fact over the course of the last 3 or 4 years based on what we've seen on the field and off the field. It's against that backdrop of growing revenues and record profits for owners in the league. The players seek and deserve nothing more than fundamental fairness. Players want to play. We all know that. The reason we're not playing is simple. A lockout is the ultimate economic weapon. Let me repeat that. A lockout is the ultimate economic weapon. In a $10 billion industry, the owners have made a conscious decision to use this weapon against the greatest asset they have, the players. But the group won't be intimidated. I've seen more unity over the last few years than at any time in our recent history. Our guys care deeply about the game, care deeply about the fans, and care deeply about our player fraternity. And they are focused on improving the rights and benefits for today's generation of player and for the generations to come. Needless to say, we remain committed to the bargaining process and getting back on the field as soon as possible.
Is that it?
Sylvia, are we opening the
I don't know,
floor?
he's looking for somebody to ask the question, I guess. He's waiting for a question, I think.
The other question, you can approach the mic and ask.
I guess this is for anyone who wants to answer it. I mean, you guys knew coming in this was going to be contentious and they weren't going to kind of roll over for you. But was there anything about the way the owners approached this or their priorities that surprised you and complicated this even more than you thought?
Thank you for the question. And I suppose I should have introduced the folks that are here on the dais. To my right, Andrew Miller. To my left, Bruce Meyer with the PA. And Max Scherzer on his left. In regard to the process and what we've seen.
Come on, that doesn't look good.
The entire process has been an interesting one, to say the least. In a world where you are looking to make changes, make adjustments, make improvements based on what it is you're seeing, you understand that you need as much time as possible to work through those things. It's why we started the process when we did in April. It's why we made the core economic proposals that we did in the first part of May. It's why we remained available, whether on Zoom or as the pandemic afforded us the opportunity to meet in person. We made ourselves available then. It's why we sequestered ourselves in a hotel in Dallas with the hope of working toward an agreement. It's why we stood ready for 6 weeks after the lockout on December 1st, ready to have a discussion. It is remarkably interesting against the backdrop of the things that needed to be worked through to find ourselves on February 28th over the course of the last week in West Palm Beach, working through the issues that, quite honestly, needed to be and could have been and should have been discussed in more depth much earlier than they were.
Tony Clark looks so pissed. He looks angry.
Guys, and Tony, in light of your comments for any of you, there clearly was some progress made, movement made these last couple of days. How far away do you think you are from a fair agreement? We have work to do. The time here has been productive from the standpoint of having, again, conversations and dialogue that could have been had sooner. And I say that not because the issues aren't challenging. I say that because we've been committed to having those conversations since day one. So again, us being here over the course of the last week, productive conversation. We look forward to getting back to work at it as soon as possible. And if I could ask a follow, we've kind of all seen this storm coming for quite a while. There's just been a lot of rhetoric both ways. And I'm wondering if you feel now that we're here at this bad place, whether anything could have been done differently on your guys' side to avoid this. Being done differently other than being available and making sure that the concerns that we had and the adjustments that we were looking to make were on the table as early as humanly possible to give us as much time to work through them. Yeah, I wouldn't have changed any of that. And let me say this too. Games were canceled today. We have a number of players that are here to my left, and I'm grateful for them being here. And they represent a much larger group that is out there. During the course of a player's career, you only get so many opening days. You're fortunate enough to get one in the big leagues. If you're an average major leaguer, you might see 4 of them. Having an opportunity to play as long as humanly possible and find yourself in a world where now for the second time in 2 years, the schedule is shorter than it otherwise should have been or could have been is a problem. Thank you.
I agree with that.
Hey, this is for either Tony or Bruce. This is Maury Brown. So it was obvious that there were some concessions early on. Certainly there was word that expanded playoffs were there. There was talk about sponsor patches. I mean, there were a number of concessions very early on that seemed fairly comprehensive that might seem to make things move in a more positive direction by the league. First of all, was that by design? Was the sponsor patch conversation ever part of the conversation? And do you feel in retrospect that maybe having that out on the table early, given the fact that the owners seem to be more incremental in their movements, might have been detrimental?
Hi, Maury, it's Bruce. I may be misremembering. I think we may have put that on the table in Dallas. In Dallas, in the hopes of trying to avoid a lockout. We came down there prepared, as always, to negotiate in good faith. In Dallas, we among other things, put those on the table. Also, I think for the first time said we would agree to a form of expanded playoffs, not the format that MLB wanted, but and those things had tremendous value to MLB. And so we think there are a lot of features in the things that we offered, obviously beneficial to players, but that would also have been a great benefit to the owners.
For Max and for Andrew, looking at the goals of the overall group, it looks from far like basically the differences between the parties are money on CBT, the 0 to 3 pool, and minimum salaries. Is that the wrong impression we have? And if it's correct impression, how far are you apart from what you're looking for?
To speak on that specifically, that we came into these negotiations understanding that the landscape across the game has changed and that more young players more than ever are entering the game and producing at high levels than we've ever seen before. We as players wanted to address that and obviously raise their level of compensation up relative to league revenues so that better reflected that compensation level. And so as we navigated through the process, we still feel that there's dollars to be allocated towards them that would fairly compensate their contributions on the field more so than what's on the table at this point. And as players, we recognize that and continue to fight for those guys, that it's not about Andrew or me in the free agent level, that It's us as the free agents looking backwards and realizing that we need to allocate more of those resources to them.
It's not just money. The money can be important in order to have the market operate in a functional way, in which we've seen abuses and we've seen trends take advantage of maybe places in which players are not receiving as much as they're contributing, as well as we have been screaming for years about competition issues, and those are important to us. This is not just about shifting pieces of the pie around. This is about getting the game that we love to work and operate as best as it can, and go out there and perform, and let us focus on what we like to do, and that's compete.
This can be for anyone. Actually, I have two. Rob said something in his press conference about there being wiggle room. Is that an indication sort of that this wasn't the end point they were going to end at? That's not a great way of phrasing that. Did he indicate that to you, or did Dan or whoever indicate that there was wiggle room?
Hi, Hannah. I mean, it's fair to say that today they were very clear that the last thing they gave us was their best and final offer. They used the words best and final. Dan did several times. But to be clear, as I understood that meant best and final before making their decision to announce canceling games. I assume they're not done negotiating. I hope they're not done negotiating. They have a legal obligation to negotiate. So I assume
there goes the legal
it's not best
part.
and final forever, but they were very clear that what they gave us today was best and final for today before making their decision to take down some games.
And they've been pretty clear that games that are canceled will not be made up and players will not be paid for that. How do you guys sort of see the schedule factoring into the negotiations going forward?
I'll just say that, their decision to say they won't reschedule games if games are canceled, or they won't pay players for those games that are canceled, is wholly their position. They're not legally required to take those positions. It would be our position in the event of games being canceled that as a feature of any deal for us to come back, that we would be asking for compensation or to have those games rescheduled. So again, they're free to take that position. We would have a different position. And of course, last year, as I think they actually proposed delaying the season by a month, and they actually proposed rescheduling games to get 154 in, and to pay players 462 for playing 154. So they can do it. There's a precedent for it.
To be clear, are you saying you would not agree to a deal that doesn't compensate players for 162 games?
Our position is that if the league decides unilaterally to pull down games, and then we have a deal, that players should get compensated for those games.
So that's interesting.
The statement today said that you guys think that the owners are trying to break the union. And I'd love to hear from anybody who wants it, but particularly from Max and Andrew. Is there something about the way these negotiations have gone, something you've seen or heard or felt that tells you that? Where is that coming from?
It's not as simple as this negotiation. We've seen free agent markets not operate in the way that we expect them to. We've seen parts of the system not function the way they're supposed to. And, the tactics that we have seen when it does come to sort things out have been, needless to say, frustrating at times. So you start to wonder when you see, obviously COVID was a horrible situation for everybody in every place, but the return to work, the struggles we had with that. And, when we sit down and try to lay things out and work on the forthcoming CBA and address these issues, to have the difficulty in getting to the table and actually communicating, you start to wonder exactly how you're being looked at by the other side.
To echo that, it's more about unifying the union and understanding the desires from everybody in our group, and talking to all the guys over here and understanding that we were fighting together as one. We all understood the problems that were within the game that needed to be corrected. And together, we all together believed in what we were fighting for, and all the way to the end here of making sure that everybody understood what we were trying to accomplish, and that everybody wanted to accomplish the same goals for everybody.
Just real quick, as far as player unity goes and the length of time this could go, are there discussions about how long guys are prepared to not play?
We're prepared. We've seen this coming in a sense. It's unfortunate, but this isn't new to us. This is not shocking. It's, again, unfortunate, but our communication, our willingness to see each other's point of views and to find solutions and to fight for what's right is nothing like I've seen before. I can tell you that.
Right, and this has been making in the years of seeing things that have happened over the course, specifically of this last CBA, things that have happened to different players that has made us outraged in certain situations that we absolutely have to have corrections, and that's why we feel necessary to be able to continue this fight.
Bruce, you said before how you would now, you're for pay, back pay, potentially service time now becomes a position that you're going to have to take, but you're now adding more big issues to a long list of issues you already have. So what gives you the confidence that there is a better deal that could come your way?
Well, yeah, I think it's like any labor situation. I mean, our whole labor process basically plays out this way. We have our positions. We feel strongly about them. The players feel strongly about them. We think they're fair. We think they're reasonable. We believe we've been negotiating good faith from the beginning. The league obviously has a different view, and this is the way the labor process plays out. The league is attempting, as Tony said, to use its economic weapons, and the players, as the guys have said, are unified in fighting for what's right here. So, the alternative is to take a deal that we and the players feel is not a fair deal. That's really the only alternative. Either take a deal that the players don't feel is fair, or continue to fight. At the end of the day, as you know, it's the league's lockout. They can decide to end it whenever they want. So players really don't have much of a choice in that. But players, as Andrew said, and Max, are committed to fighting for a deal.
I mean, if they don't, then end it.
At that point, I'm just curious, at any point during this week, was there ever a conversation about the league lifting the lockout in exchange for some sort of no strike commitment or anything like that?
No.
100%, Logan.
Take another one from the Zoom call. Another question.
Hey, real quick, Rob mentioned in his presser that you guys needed to travel and that the soonest you guys could get together again would possibly be Thursday. When asked whether they would come to you guys or whether you would go to them, he alluded to the fact that they made the last offer and that basically kind of put it in your court. What is the soonest that you feel you will be able to re-engage, since the ball in your court, and when do you feel you can re-engage?
Well, I'll say they made an offer, which again, they characterized as best and final. To me, that means don't bother counter offering. That's what best and final means, at least today. In terms of whose court the ball is in, I think it's incumbent on both sides to be at the negotiating table. We're certainly prepared
counter
whenever it makes sense.
Yeah, like
they are as well.
A little lost.
Understanding that the deadline was one that was chosen by the owners and then arbitrarily extended to kind of fit their thing, it still was enough to create urgency for 17-hour negotiations, 9 consecutive days of it. How do you recreate that? What recreates that kind of urgency that could get you all to a place where I get the sense you felt some progress was made as a result of a ticking clock?
Derek, I'll say this. If there's an interest to go back to the field now and continue to have a conversation, we'll go back to the field now and continue to have a conversation. From day one, we've been committed to the process and committed to having the discussions that needed to be had in order to find common ground on a fair agreement. It doesn't change. They set a deadline. We had a deadline at the end of the CBA. They set a deadline here. We're willing to stay here and have the conversation tomorrow. We're willing to fly back to New York. We're willing to go wherever we need to go to get back in the room and continue the dialogue that has begun, that began a long time ago, and that had some progress over the course of the last few days against the deadline that they set.
Do you get the sense, even with this press conference here, that the progress made is where you begin the next conversations, or does some of this then have to restart? Do you feel like where you're at, Bruce?
I guess I'll just say, as I think you guys know, there was some progress made on certain issues this week, but I think we've also been clear and consistent that there were major issues on which we were very far apart.
What's up?
The negotiations could resume as early as Thursday, but Union reminds everyone that MLB said it was best and final. Did they say that on here or no? I didn't hear Thursday.
He did say that's what they said in the meeting, that it was their best and final.
So what they're saying is they're going to go up to New York till tomorrow and talk with
and do what? Yeah.
And then maybe they go up to New York, they got other opinions, they meet. There's Union meets with themselves, owners meet with themselves. Thursday they come together and try and figure it out.
Why? Because
Yeah, I'm gonna close out this because they're not really saying much anymore. So yeah. All right, so yeah. So they, according to the Players Association, they said that this was their best and final offer from the owners. The owners said that directly to them. But when they said, oh, that doesn't mean that we can give a counter offer because they said this is their best and final. Okay, so give them a counter offer and see what they say. If they come back with the same thing, all right, now you're in lockstep. But at least try to make a counter offer. What's the worst they can say? No, we're not looking at it. So if you're not attempting to it, so you're not also trying to attempt to make things right. And he did say that the players would not strike. He said that the players won't strike. They would go back on the field and still negotiate in good faith. I don't believe that. I think they would strike, but again, guys, it's a lot of back and forth. They're right, the owners are wrong. Then the owners say that they're right and the players are wrong. So it's a back and forth cat and mouse game at this point. And there's actually really not much else to say anymore. Until the next meeting, which I'm assuming is Thursday, we'll see what happens. I mean, final words, Hayden?
Yeah, just overall, really unfortunate day for Major League Baseball. I mean, regardless if you're a Mets, Astros, Rays, Phillies, Yankees fans, completely embarrassment of a day. I don't know what transpired. Sorry about that. I don't know what transpired from 3 a.m. this morning till now, but something apparently, like I said, as soon as those guys left at 3 a.m., I said, yup, it's going downhill. Thomas, you're asking me, how do you think the lockout will end? Well, this is what I would do. If I was a federal judge, we'll say I'm a federal judge in the state of Florida, I am redoing 1994, issue a preliminary injunction on the owners and the players union to try and continue the current CBA and meet through talk out for a new one down the line. I get it. You have less leverage. Absolutely. I understand that because usually with a lockout, you have something to work for. But as of right now, I mean, it's not going to happen. I mean, I don't think John Roberts or anyone from the United States, you never know. It could get to that. I mean, listen, unions are very powerful. And when you're dealing with Major League Baseball and unions, that is something a lot of people are terrified of. And the MLB union is one of the biggest unions in the world. This isn't, Ford Motor Company or whatever. So, I mean, like I said, we saw the Biden administration try and get involved. Marty Walsh, Secretary of Labor, tried to voice his opinion. They declined. We had numerous federal mediators try and get involved. They declined. So it seems these two guys are wanting to work amongst themselves domestically, no outsiders. So we'll see how it takes. We'll see how they meet Thursday. And fingers crossed they can get something done. I mean, I think it's the CBT. That's the big thing because, the pre-arb bonus, I mean, they were like 15,000 off? You freaking kidding me? It's the CBT. Yeah. And maybe some other minor stuff mixed in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, with my final words, it's just with this. It's clear that both sides did not want to get a deal done as early as yesterday, or at least today. Because from 3 o'clock in the morning and the first signs of people walking in that stadium was around 10:30, 11 o'clock. So in 6 or 7 hours, something happened from that moment that somebody wasn't happy with something and they got everybody else on board. If somebody wanted the deal to get done, they would have folded and got the deal done. They would have worked it out. They didn't want to. It's clear that I don't believe what Tony Clark said that they would be on the field tomorrow and still negotiate in good faith. I totally doubt that. If the players didn't lock out the owners didn't lock out the players would have striked. I really feel that way because they weren't going to get another deal otherwise. And knowing that this last proposal wasn't 100% foolproof, we know it wasn't 100% foolproof, but it was so good enough that if the players would have got that 3 months ago, they would have accepted that deal because they moved so much towards the player's side that nobody expected that. And that's the problem that I have. Not saying that it's not the owner's fault as well. Absolutely it's the owner's fault. The owners are killing it when it comes to certain type of revenue they're getting. But why haven't we really talked about revenue sharing? They didn't talk about this during the press conference. They didn't talk about revenue sharing. They were talking about minimum salary, which last time I checked, and I saw your reaction when they talked about the minimum salary, and you look shocked, like, wait, they just went up $125,000. What are you talking about? And then Scherzer, obviously we love him because he's a Met fan. He's a Met player on the Mets now. He said, "Yeah, we're fighting for the younger guys." Yeah, but the CBT has nothing to do with the younger guys because they're going to be making the less out of everybody anyway. The CBT is focused on the guy like Max Scherzer who's making $45 million a year. And the arbitration pool, yes, okay, fine. That's something that's a little off what the players were asking for. But everything else seemed like it was pretty legit and closer to what the players asked for. So the players basically said it. If they don't get everything they asked for, they're not making a deal. So what are the owners are supposed to do at this point? Just cave and give them everything they want? You know what that's called? Capitalism. This is what the United States was built on. Capitalism and big companies like Big Pharma, big box stores. I work for one. Big companies always have the better outcome when it comes to employees against companies. It's just that simple. It's across the world. That's what happens. It's rare that employees get everything they want. It just doesn't happen. So until the players realize that they're not going to get everything they ask for and stop acting like crybabies in this situation, and of course the owners are crying poor, but they shouldn't be doing that either. But the players are acting like if they don't get everything they want, they're going to throw their sippy cup down on the floor and say, we don't want it. That's what they're doing. At this point, they're asking for everything unless they're not going to sign anything. The owners compromised. The players did not. So at the end of the day, it's both greed. They're both are to blame for the season not starting on time. So that's all I got to say, guys. So I guess we're going to probably end it right here. Since over the last 2 days, I've been on stream on live for about 13 hours in 2 days. So, and I don't get no contract, they didn't give me no money for all this stuff. But again, guys, I want to thank Hayden for coming on for about 2 hours, hanging out with us. I thought we were going to get a lot more news. So, it was fun while it lasted until we got the bad news. You can blame who you guys want to blame when it comes to the lockout and the whole agreement that didn't happen. But thank you guys for so much for tuning in. We had a record. I had a record today of 202 people on the stream at one point. That is awesome. I really do appreciate everybody's support. But don't forget, guys, please subscribe to Hayden's channel. He knows this stuff. He's a good guy. We've done a lot of live streams during the season and in the off season as well. Hopefully we do more of this. Hopefully maybe on Thursday, if we hear anything about another negotiations, I might go live. If Hayden's always welcome. If he wants to do it on his channel, I'll pop on if he wants me to, and we'll go from there. So thank you guys so much, Hayden. Thank you again, and I'll see you guys next time. And as always, Met fans, let's go Mets. And hopefully we have a season this year. We shall see. Have a good night, guys.